We're going to be starting in a minute, so if everybody come to your places, find a nice spot, get cozy. We're going to start in a minute now. There'll be plenty of breaks to continue the conversation.
Obediente. Bueno, el año pasado estuvimos perfectos todo el tiempo. Fuimos como Paco.
La Fernanda Soza cargó.
Sí, hay que
Si te preguntan a Lucas, a Max, a Razón, Juan. A la jurisdicción.
Our biggest fan is
Yeah.
Yes.
who's presenting.
Losing inflation. I'm not in a big way, but family office are looking to create a it's unregulated, so it's difficult to a massive adoption. But if you see the return, basically.
And we're going to get started. We are going to be very punctual. We have a full day, very packed agenda, so we have to start on time. There are flights to be met. There are dinner compromises. There are classes to be taught, so we cannot be behind schedule. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing in this beautiful day, in this beautiful morning in Boston? For those who don't know me, my name is Ramón Salinas. I am the co-president of ChileMass, together with Marcela, and on behalf of the whole organization, we are so pleased to have you all here today. It's an honor and a pleasure. You'll be seeing a lot of me today. I'm going to be the MC. I never applied to this job, but somehow I got it, which is exciting. And honestly, we did the first ChileMass Innovation Day back in 2019, and it went dramatically better than I expected, which really paved the way for today, the fourth version. Who would have thought? And today's, we're talking about empowering the next wave. That's the topic of today. So to get us started, I really want to thank everybody that makes this possible. You know the drill. You've been here before, and honestly, this is a huge effort to put this event together. And our sponsors really share our vision, our commitment of connecting Chile and Massachusetts. So we are forever grateful, especially to our platinum sponsors, Axpon's Technology and Google Cloud. Our gold sponsors, Intel, Copec Wind, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and ProChile. And we also would like to acknowledge all the contributions from our donors and collaborators. North Colony Asset Management, who's been with us from the start, the MIT Chile Club, the MIT Media Management Latin America Office, people that really make possible us being in this beautiful space, and also for helping us procure some of the amazing speakers that we have for today. Virtus Partners, who help us with a lot of things back in Chile, and our media partner, El Mercurio Innovación. We have Manuel back in the back there. Thank you so much. I think it's second, third time he's been here with us, so we really appreciate that long-term commitment. So to formally commence our day, we are honored to welcome David Capodilupo, the Assistant Dean of Global Programs at MIT, to the stage. Somebody has been with us from the beginning. He's one of our men inside, has helped us so much. So we are pleased to introduce David. Thank you so much.
I hope I still look like the picture they use. You know how that goes. Well, good morning, everyone. I always tell people who present in this room that you better be good because the view behind me is going to pull the focus on anyone. So I'll do my best today. I had a boss who once said to me, I don't care how many wonderful ideas you present to me. And I said, this will be interesting working for her. And she said, it's what you do with these ideas that's going to determine your success and how I evaluate you. I was 23 years old when I heard this. This was in finance. To this day, she is my role model and my mentor. And all of you know, because all of you do this, managing teams to get to the idea to action takes talent, it takes dedication, and it takes vision. To ChileMass, where's Fernanda? My boss is going to call you to do a case study on ChileMass because you've achieved this. And I just want to say, I'm standing here for one reason. I'm very proud and inspired by what ChileMass has accomplished. Along with the ChileMass team and Fernanda and my good friend Marcelo, I know it's too early for a beverage. I'm Italian, so I cannot toast without alcohol, but it's too early. But I would raise a glass and say salud. What I also love about ChileMass, and Julie Strong is here, I just want to say, who helped us launch the MSLAO office. As ChileMass was getting breakaway speed as an entity, at the same time, MIT, not just Sloan, MIT was laying ground for our first international office ever. And it's the MIT Sloan Latin America office. And I will say that, where was it located? In Santiago, Chile. And like ChileMass, with over a decade under our belts, I'm proud to say that we've had the opportunity to learn, to do research, and to define impact in the region. As you know, MIT is a research institute, and we're not going to learn anything by staying in Cambridge. And I want to say Santiago and Chile provided us with such an opportunity, not only for our faculty, but for our staff, for our alumni, and for our donors. What did we do down there? We focused on transportation, cancer detection, water sustainability, climate, and also used as a test ground. We're testing women on boards. How do we get more women on boards in corporations? So I just want to say Chile has provided us in Santiago with just so many opportunities along with the Latam region. But most of all, near and dear to my heart, most of all, is entrepreneurship and innovation. I feel what I love about the ChileMass and the theme of innovation is that we want to make sure the talent in Chile doesn't leave as innovators and entrepreneurs, that they feel they have support from government, from risk capital, from entities like ChileMass, from academics like MIT, and all of those that support, because we want to create impact in these regions for the challenges we have. So, our MSAO Latin America office have a legacy of how we ventured into a region. We feel together we can make a difference. That's what knowledge creation is all about. To ChileMass, we're very proud to share this journey with you as we continue for the decades ahead. And I just want to say you're sitting in a space of innovation where if we want to, we can make a star just over there, a block away. We have people working on getting us to Mars. We have people working on how our brains age and the differences we have at our stages of our lives. We're also talking about how do we make clothes that turn colors before you have a seizure. We're also working in this 1 mile radius and how we use algorithms to use all the data we have to improve and make cities better and our lives better. And as you know, we have a lot of problems out there. And this is why I'm so proud to work in academia and with associations like ChileMass. So I'll say also, while you're sitting here, we don't run away from problems. We run towards them. So I'll open this by saying, let's hold hands and jump in. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for those kind and inspiring words. Now, let's give a warm welcome to the one person that has put this whole thing together, the person behind, the engine behind ChileMass and this event, our Executive Director, Fernanda Soza.
Hello, everyone. Freedom, innovation, knowledge. These are more than just words. They are driving forces behind every significant leap in human history. They shape our progress, fuel our imagination, and break down barriers. Let me tell you about someone. We will go back in history. Probably all the Chileans here knows him. He's our founding father and the first president of Chile, José Miguel Carrera. This person knew deeply about this driving force of innovation. He was, Pablo Neruda, our Nobel Prize poet, said about him, "You were the first to say freedom when the whisper passed from stone to stone, hidden in the patios, humiliated." And why I am talking about this? Because Carrera was really a visionary. He didn't just fight for independence, he envisioned a future where freedom, innovation, and knowledge flowed freely between nations. So in 1811, he brought to Chile the first printing press. You know, we talk a lot about AI, but really the printing press was the first thing that started spreading ideas. And he brought the printing press and 3 typographers. And do you know from where he brought all these things? From all places, from here, from Boston. I just realized that curious anecdote from here, from Boston. So they say the Bostonians were the first that printed the first things in Chile. And with that press, he printed the first newspaper in Chile that started spreading all the ideas of the revolution, and also the Aurora de Chile, and also the first Constitution of Chile. So with all the ideas inspired in the American Constitution. So we can see that Carrera was more than a fighter. He was also a person that brought 2 key driving forces to Chile: technology and knowledge. We are doing exactly the same, but that's not only the remarkable part about Carrera. He came to the US in 1816, not knowing nothing in English. And he got really an amazing part. He even met with President Madison. So he stayed for almost a year here. So he learned a little of English. And he met with President Madison. And he really has this idea of believing always in the idea of connection and the idea of bringing knowledge to different places. The Carrera story doesn't end here and doesn't end well. Before his tragic execution a few years later, he wrote a final letter to his wife expressing his wish that his 5 children be educated in the US, as a country that he saw as a beacon of freedom and of progress. His wish was obviously unfulfilled during his life, but almost 200 years later, I, as a direct descendant of Carrera, have had the privilege of realizing his dream. just like my ancestor, I arrived to the US with no English at all. As my kids always say, I spoke like Sofia Vergara, and maybe sometimes I still speak like that. Yet I came with the same idea of trying to create that bridge between our two great nations. And that's the thing that we are trying to do with ChileMass. What is the challenge ahead? Now we need to continue creating these bridges. Chile and Latin America are at a critical point right now. In a few decades, Chile transitioned from a country in the 80s, around the 80s, from a country that his economy was centered in mining and agriculture to a country that was centered in exports. But that's not enough right now. Our productivity stagnated around a decade ago. And that's, I know, a phenomenon that is not only from Chile. It happens in other developing countries too. But we know that we are investing too little in research and development. If we don't catch up with this wave of technological change, we are in risk, a serious risk of being left behind. The stakes are high for Chile, for Latin America, for all of us. Sorry. Yeah. Here in Latin America, we face really difficult challenges, but we also have amazing opportunities. We hold the world's largest reserves in critical minerals. We also have a lot of reserves in water, vast biodiversity, and of course, amazing people. It's essential to remember that we are in the same continent. I know this is very obvious, but many times we forget that we are all in the Americas and our destinies are deeply intertwined. We share responsibilities for one another. In the age of the knowledge economy, we cannot afford to stand still. We need to connect with places in which the innovation really is flowing. Places like Boston, like here, the modern Athens for many, a hub of global ideas, of breakthroughs, of possibilities, as David was telling before. And that's why we're here today, to be part of this wave. And that's what we are doing here in ChileMass. We are a nonprofit, many of you know us. We're a nonprofit established here in 2017, and we define ourselves like a two-way bridge that connects these two great nations. I will not enter in a lot of details of what we do, but I will only highlight a couple of things, starting for the left, in which we see that we do a lot of events like this. And we are trying always to make these connections, like bringing delegations. Many of you visited a lot of different things yesterday and on Monday. We connect people and make these connections of different stakeholders in Chile and here to make things happen. I would say that we are really good at making projects from ideation to conclusion. We also have the ChileMass Hub, in which we connect corporations. We have here some of our hub members, Faru Analytics, Universidad Federico Santa María, Corporación Ciudades, and many others. And we have another part that is the entrepreneurship part. This is key of our programs that we developed. We developed a program called ChileMass Emprende with Corfo, the economic agency of the government of Chile. And we already have 130 startups that we have in different cohorts. And today we have the honor of having 14 startups. So please look at them. They're all in blue shirts. If you can stand up and say hello, at least. So all the startups. Please connect with them. They need advice, they need connections, they need funding, obviously. So please talk with them. They say here in the t-shirt, ask me about my startup. So please ask them, and they're happy they have an amazing idea. So please connect with them. And not only that, beside all the entrepreneurship part, and we are bringing these new ideas from Chile to here. We also have an education part that is crucial of our organization because it's impossible to bring innovation, to bring knowledge with bad education. So we have a program that is called ChileMass Teachers, that we bring teachers here to the US every year. And also last year, we launched for the first time the ChileMass Online, our first online program to bring AI to the classroom. And we have the honor also to have today 7 of those teachers. We have 1,500 teachers participating from all around the country. And today we have 7 teachers of that program that were the winners of that program. So if you can stand up, they are in the red shirts. So. Well, nothing could be possible of what we do without the team that I have the honor to lead. I don't think that is another place in the world besides Chile that you can see more Chileans so passionate about helping our country. So I really, you can see, you can meet all our teams. We're all with these shirts, so it's easy to recognize us. And also an amazing board. The board is divided between here and Chile, and we have also, last year, we established ourselves also as a foundation in Chile. So we have people here and in Chile with the same idea of trying to help our country to create these connections with poles of innovation. So that's, please contact all the board and the team. We are ready here to fulfill your ideas. What are we will be talking today? This is the largest innovation event outside the country. And we bring together leaders, innovators, and change makers. Last year, the topic of the event was the year of inflection, because we saw so many important changes in AI taking to the consumer level, also in aging population and climate change. This year, we're asking, how do we prepare? How do we prepare our communities, our families, our countries, the whole world to all these changes that are already here? Today, you will hear about amazing speakers talking about AI, about climate change, about health, geopolitics, economics. So a lot of different things that are really interesting and are creating really positive impact. So Carrera had a vision of a world where ideas and innovation flow freely between nations and across borders. And those ideas completely change the destiny of our country. Today, in this knowledge-based economy, this vision is more important than ever. At ChileMass, we are carrying the same vision, trying to build these bridges between Chile and Latin America in general with this pole of innovation, bridges of knowledge, technology, and opportunity. But for that, we need your help. We need your time, we need your connections, and obviously your financial support to make this project and the responsibility to create this help for all the people in Latin America. So as we come together today to discuss the future, I ask each of you, what role will you play in empowering the next wave of innovation? Thank you.
Fernanda talked about the Americas, time zones, ecosystems, which I think is a perfect segue to our first panel discussion, navigating geopolitics, the critical role of technology and government collaboration, with a great group of experts. First, I want to introduce Jacob Shapiro. He's a consultant, an author, and researcher covering global politics and affairs, economics, and markets. He's a partner and the director of geopolitical analysis at Cognitive Investments, a wealth management firm offering services to individuals, family offices, and institutional investors. He also hosts the Jacob Shapiro podcast, which I highly recommend. He holds a master's degree with distinction from Oxford University and a bachelor's degree in Near Eastern Studies from Cornell University. He lives in New Orleans with his wife and daughters. And as a board, we've heard him talk a couple times, and he's amazing. So we decided to finally be generous with you guys and share him with the rest of you. So I want to welcome Jacob. Thank you so much for being here.
I always get nervous when they introduce me. It's too long and it sounds too good. I'm sort of a weird speaker to kick you off. I am not Chilean. I don't really speak much Spanish. I'm also not from Massachusetts, so I'm really a stranger in a foreign land. But I think the reason that maybe I'm a good person to start off with is that I can be objective. The reason people listen to me talk, and apparently listen to me talk over and over again, is because I'm here to share with you some thoughts about what I think is actually happening in the world, not what I think is going to happen in the world. You're going to hear a lot about policy today. Policy is what people want to happen, and politics is what does happen. And these are the things that you're going to be struggling against. So I only have 20 minutes. So for the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to paint with a broad brush. I'm going to try and push your brains. If you agree with everything that I say, I have done my job incorrectly. If you can divine who I'm going to vote for in the US presidential election, I have done my job incorrectly. My job here is to push your buttons and to make you uncomfortable. So hopefully I do so. I'm going to talk about two major things. I'm going to talk about how the world is changing and then how I think Chile is well positioned to take advantage of some of these changes. But before we get there, when people look back, when historians look back at the year 2024, I don't think they'll be talking about the US election or the Mexican election or the Indian election or the hurricanes or any of these other things that have been dominating headlines. I think what they will be thinking about or talking about is what's happened in the Middle East in just the last year. It's remarkable to think that it has been a year since October 7th. Now, I don't mean the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. A lot of ink is spilled about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is ultimately strategically meaningless. The thing that has changed right now in the world is that a ragtag group of Iranian-backed militants in Yemen have basically brought global shipping to a complete and total halt through the Red Sea. That happened in November of last year, and the much vaunted United States Navy, with all of its aircraft carriers and all of its power and all of its ships, has not been able to reopen shipping. The last time a group of militants tried to do this in the 1980s, it took the United States about 2 weeks to get shipping back to normal. It is still not normal today. And if you don't believe me, just look at the tolls for what's going through the Suez Canal, even up through the summer. I don't have the latest data for September and October, but as you can see, shipping is just not going through this part of the world. Unless you are transporting something illegal or you are willing to risk not sailing with insurance, nobody is going through this. I've been talking for years now about the shift to a multipolar world, a world where there is not one dominant power, where there's not two dominant powers, where we have rising and falling powers that are competing against each other, that are fighting with each other, that are constantly trying to balance each other. That is no longer a prediction. I'm going to have to work hard on what my next prediction is, because that prediction has come to fruition. And these changes in global shipping that are happening literally every day while we worry about other meaningless things is one of the things I think historians will remember. About multipolarity, and by the way, if you want these slides, I'm not hard to find. I'm happy to make them available to any of you who want. Don't feel like you have to snap pictures. But if you want to snap pictures, that's fine too. This is a thought experiment of mine. This is what I want you to think about the world looking like. Are all the boundaries, are all the colors completely correct? Probably not. But again, it's about trying to make you think about the world differently, because for the last 30, 40 years, it's all been globalization and free trade and export-led models, and let's hold hands and sing kumbaya and trade more with each other. And that world is gone, and it's not coming back anytime soon. So I have here a thought experiment, different spheres of influence within the world. In the blue, I have the English-speaking countries plus Mexico. The orange is the sphere of influence around China. The red is the one that usually pops out to people the most. That's Turkey. They have military bases in every single one of the countries that are there in red. I worry a lot about them. You can see yellow. I've got some Brazil there. And then I've sort of punted on India because I can't figure out if India is going to completely collapse in on itself or take over the world. So I've thrown them into a batch of middle powers along with Chile to sort of shrug my shoulders and say, I don't know, maybe there's a space for them, maybe not. Again, the point is not that we're going to figure out what all these spheres look like. The point is that this is what the world is going to look like in 10 or 20 years. And if you're thinking about where you're going to raise capital, where you're going to park wealth to protect it from governments or from other folks, if you're thinking about the countries that you're going to be able to trade with, this type of map is going to be absolutely crucial towards you, because it is no longer about making a product the best and just sending it to everyone. Politics has gotten in the way. This has been happening quite a bit for some time. So this is not something that began with the pandemic. It didn't begin with Donald Trump. It didn't begin with Brexit. Trade globalization really started to fall in the 2010s, as you can see in this chart. Another way of putting that, and this is one of my favorite charts in the whole deck, when you think about the economic interests of the biggest blocs in the world, so China, the United States, the European Union, for most of the time period on this graph, going back about 30 years, they were moving in the same direction. So when the Fed was raising interest rates, so was the People's Bank of China, and so was the ECB. When the ECB was cutting interest rates, so was the People's Bank of China, and so was the Fed. One of my favorite stories about the 2008 financial crisis is when the United States government figured what a big crisis it had on its hands. One of its first calls was to the People's Bank of China to say, let's coordinate our response so that this doesn't get out of control. Can you imagine Janet Yellen in the height of a crisis, her first call today being to the People's Bank of China? It's not going to happen. It's a great way of understanding how the world has changed. The United Nations recently actually published some data about how countries are trading with each other based on how they vote. Now, I don't put a lot of stock in United Nations decisions or pronouncements. I don't think they actually affect that much in the world. But even on as meaningless a thing as how countries are voting at the United Nations, we are seeing that come out in trade. So this line here in green, countries that are voting together with each other in the United Nations, their trade has increased 6 to 8% over the last couple of years. Countries that are not agreeing with each other in the United Nations, well, their trade has declined 6 to 8% over the last couple of years. So we are seeing practical, tangible impacts of how multipolarity is affecting the world. Another really good example of multipolarity, and this should look like that spheres of influence map that I started with a little while ago. This is a map of different countries and how they felt about Venezuela's recent presidential elections. Let's put that in quotes. All the countries in red, they didn't exactly not recognize Maduro, but they said, we want to see the receipts. We want to see the voter tallies. We want to understand more about what happened here in Venezuela, even though we all know what happened in Venezuela. The countries in green said, cool, President Maduro, what can we do to help? We want to trade with you. We want to do more things with you. Again, the world shifting around different political blocs, and Venezuela joining countries like China, Russia in a bloc all of its own. Now, the last thing I want to put in your mind here, before I give you a tangible example of this and then move on to Chile, is that I'm not necessarily saying that we all go home and only trade with ourselves. Deglobalization does not go in one direction. For the last 20, 30 years, the country that has benefited the most from free trade and globalization is China, because none of us, the United States included, can compete with China's scale. They're just too big. They make things too cheap. They completely change the market. And that was true of many, many emerging market economies as well. And one of the interesting things that has been happening in the last 10 years is that even as trade globalization decreases at the top level, and even as the globalization of Chinese trade and even Indian trade decreases, the countries that couldn't compete with China before, in this chart I have Brazil and Mexico, we could throw in Indonesia and some others, suddenly they look good by comparison because they have other virtues. Either they're closer geographically, they have better political relationships with the countries that they're trading with, maybe they have better access to materials or mineral resources, maybe labor is just cheaper there, maybe China's a victim of its own success. But again, even though I'm telling you at the top level that all these things are happening as the Olympian gods crash against each other with the lightning bolts, if you look beneath the surface, the smaller countries, the ones that have been left behind in globalization, they're actually doing fairly well. One tangible example of multipolarity before we move on to Chile. This is a chart of semiconductor sales and the United States government share of semiconductor sales from 1955 to 1973. It's particularly important for an audience of tech entrepreneurs. I love this chart because it is deliciously ironic. This is the height of the Cold War. It is the white knight of capitalism, the United States, and its wonderful liberal values fighting against the evil communist ogres and overlords who want state-planned economies and everything else. And here is the United States saying, we're going to be communist when it comes to our semiconductor industry. We are going to stand these industries up because we need these semiconductors. Now, why did the United States government do this? It was not so that I could send Instagram reels of cats to my wife last night in my hotel room, although that was a nice byproduct. It's because if you put semiconductors on missiles, they're more accurate. And the United States government wanted to be able to precisely strike different targets in the Soviet Union in the context of the Cold War. One of the things that I find that tech entrepreneurs are most afraid of facing in the mirror is that your relationships with governments and how that is tied to defense and security and the environment around defense and security, it's literally in all of it. There is no iPhone in my pocket if there isn't semiconductors, if there isn't a space race between the United States and the Soviet Union, it goes on down. If you want to know where tech is going to be most successful, where it's not just an idea, to parrot our first speaker, it's usually in that concentric circle where the tech companies and the governments have similar interests, and that's where most of the capital goes. That is a map of what the global semiconductor supply chain looks like today. It is free trade. It's the platonic ideal of free trade. No country in the world can make a semiconductor start to finish by itself. It's just not possible. Taiwan famously has all of the factories, the fabs. The design happens in the United States. China's critical to packaging and other things. Japan, South Korea, they have their own specialties, whether in etching gas or memory, other places. The company in the world that makes the equipment that makes the semiconductors is in the Netherlands, of all places. This is free trade. It's again, if an economist was teaching free trade, this is what you want. It's what you're supposed to do. Drive down the cost of all these things to make objects cheaper. This is all of the money that has gone towards investing in semiconductor fabs, so just the factories, none of the other parts of the semiconductor supply chain, just over the last 2 years. And China doesn't publish this information, so I'm just taking a wild guess here. You're talking close to 800 billion, maybe $1 trillion, and probably much more. And each one of these little blocks, they want to make semiconductors by themselves. Now, 10 years from now, if they're all successful, probably we're going to have a complete and total glut of supply. But in the meantime, the tech companies, the big tech companies, the ones that have been most successful, your NVIDIAs and your Broadcoms and your TSMCs, they're all betting that the world is changing. That's where the smart money's going, and I would say that we have a lesson to learn from them in general. Okay, that's the fire hose of what's going on in the world. We could talk about it forever, but we don't have time. I only have 10 minutes to get you through what I think about Chile. And I'm sure you're waiting to understand what this gringo has to say about your own country. So let's get into it. Let's start very, very broadly. Chile has very interesting geography. There are not many countries that you can compare Chile to in terms of its geography. It is in some ways difficult geography, but if you're speaking about geostrategic terms and security concerns, it's actually very, very good. You are one of the few countries in the world that you don't really have any direct threats. To the extent that you have a threat, maybe we could talk about Argentina. Argentina, as you know, is a dumpster fire. They have plenty of things to deal with internally. Maybe if Mr. Milei is successful, and maybe we could talk about this in 5-10 years, but generally speaking, your geography protects you in ways that it doesn't for most countries. You don't have to invest as much in defense and other things as most countries do as a result. In addition, you're one of these rare countries where, yes, you are attached to the Americas, but you are also facing the Pacific. So like the western half of the United States, your life is not just about what's happening in South America and what's happening in the United States, but you have direct access to all of Asia. So you are not just an American country, you are also an Asian country. You are a Pacific country. You are one of the limits of that Pacific environment. And that's true for you, and it's something that's deeply going to affect how things progress in the future. So good security, and think about the Pacific. One of the best leading indicators for whether countries are going to be successful in geopolitically volatile times is whether they have access to cheap and secure forms of energy. And here too, Chile is incredibly unique in the world. Let's run down a couple of them really quick because I'm sure you know it. When it comes to solar, there are few, if any, countries in the world that have as much solar potential as your country. Not by any brilliance on your part, just virtually, literally, by where you are and where the sun shines. You couldn't get any better than that. It's true of wind as well. If you look at your wind potential, it's far greater than most other countries in the world. Germany, for example, has been building wind farms for reasons I cannot fathom. They don't have the wind, but they think it's a good idea, so they start throwing money at it. It's a great idea for you because the wind blows in places where it's really good to have the wind blowing. One area where I think Chile has underinvested, but which is extremely interesting, and which in the United States is also becoming a big deal, is geothermal. So Chile has massive potential geothermal resources. It's literally, as you go down the box of every single nice renewable energy that people like, Chile can check the boxes all the time. One study showed that if Chile was to really maximize all of its potential, you'd be producing something like 5,000 terawatts of electricity from renewable resources. You consume about 75. So it's an incredible amount of excess that you would have. Now, you can do lots of things with cheap energy. One thing you could do is green hydrogen, and you can do it cheaply and better than literally everybody else in the world. There is no place where green hydrogen might be as cost effective as it is in Chile. I'm a big hydrogen bull, so I think these charts from the IEA are relatively conservative, but if you look at where hydrogen is being consumed, How it's being consumed, it's doubling every 2 years at this point if that trend is going to continue, and I expect it will. And again, I think that's conservative. I think it's conservative because I have doubts about electric vehicles. It doesn't make sense to me that we're going to go from dependence on oil to dependence on cobalt and lithium and a whole bunch of other mineral commodities that we don't have enough supply of. Hydrogen makes a lot more sense once it becomes cost effective. So if you added hydrogen into that mix, maybe those growth figures go up. And that's before we even talk about ammonia and the way that ammonia is already making waves, if you'll forgive the terrible pun, in the shipping industry and all other sorts of places. Aside from selling those forms of energy that are more efficient than batteries, I would say, if you're thinking about artificial intelligence and robotics and automation and all these wonderful things that we're being talked about all the time, you need energy for that. And if you don't have cheap energy, you're not going to be able to power a lot of those applications or do a lot of the research and exploration that you need to figure out how to use all these fancy tools that we've developed. You have it. You have the energy. You've done the hard part. You have those resources. You just have to develop them. There's also an extremely interesting market, and this is more in the ag tech space, but I would say that it's something we can all learn from, monetizing carbon inset values. So one client that I'm working with right now is actually figuring out how to get their carbon credits locked onto a blockchain so that they can be accepted by different partners and things like that. And their idea is that they're going to hold for 10 or 20 years, because if you look at all of the projections, carbon credits are going to be worth a heck of a lot by 2040, 2050. Some projections have it as big as the entire global dairy trade or as big as the entire global wheat trade. Again, Chile, you have lots of ways that you can inset nice carbon credits to supply chains, whether it's with mineral exports, whether it's with agricultural exports. And there are tons of companies and tons of investors who, when all these EU restrictions on carbon credits and things like that are actually going to come down in 2030, are going to want to buy. I had one gentleman who, I'm stealing this from him, he said carbon credits remind him a lot of crypto in 2009, 2010. Nobody knows exactly what it is. It's a wild west. There's a whole bunch of different ones of them. He wants a front row seat. I'll take a second row seat after him, but something that you should be keeping in mind. Another thing, and this is another place where we see the intersection of geopolitics and technology really come together. All of the networking that we do, the people that you're going to hear from on Zoom today, the way that we communicate today, it is not in the cloud. It's all based on physical infrastructure. That's a map of submarine cables throughout the world. We have not experienced this in the Americas, but as a result of the fighting in the Middle East and because of just some accidents that were happening, Africa has been dealing with much lower network connectivity and internet performance literally all year. In some places, speeds only 30 to 40% as much as they were before. That's because some of their submarine cables got damaged, some by the Houthis, some by a ship that dragged an anchor on the western coast, and they have no way to really fix that. There are no companies in Africa that fix submarine cables. They don't have cables of their own. They have to wait for people to come in and fix them in general, which is why I salute Chile for this idea that they want to build their own submarine cables directly to Asia. You no longer want to go through North America and these things like that. That is a great signal and a great sign for a country that maybe wants to be a tech and manufacturing hub in the heart of South America. Fernanda already talked about this, and this is fairly blasé, but let's also just state the obvious. You also have all the minerals that everybody wants. So if I'm wrong about EVs, that's great for you because you have all the lithium and you have all the copper and you have all these other things that people are going to have to buy and pay more and more and more for as people are going to make the switch to electric vehicles. Last but not least, when it comes to food, which in some ways is the most important geopolitical indicator I have, if you left me on an island and said I could have one indicator to know about what's going on in the world, I would say give me food prices, because that'll tell me just about everything I need to know about what's going on in the world. Here, you're also doing pretty well. In general, you rank fairly high, especially in terms of availability and supply. If you also look out at potential, the dark areas on this map are areas where there's fairly low yield relative to potential. The reason so many countries in the world do not produce their own food is because they can get it cheaply from the United States or from Argentina or from Australia. If I'm right about multipolarity, that's all going to change. It's already changing in China. China has really stopped buying US agricultural products as much as they can. They prefer to get them from Brazil. But in general, if you're thinking about other countries in the world, not many have as big a chance at food security as Chile does itself. I'll get you some, it's not all rosy, so I'll give you a few things that I want you to think about and then some closing thoughts, and then I know we have to move along. I don't want to be the reason we're off schedule. Chile has done very well for itself in the past 20, 30 years. You don't need me to tell you that. Your GDP per capita, is above most of the rest of your neighbors in the region around you. You also have relatively some of the best and most reliable political institutions in South America. I often talk to Chileans and they complain about their political institutions, and I get it. I hate my own country too. But relative to your neighbors, you're doing fairly well. I don't think you'd want to trade your political institutions for, say, Nicaragua's or for Argentina's. They're pretty great. But you do have some problems. With wealth, and especially with wealth that is driven by exports, you have tremendous inequality. And this is really the cause of the gridlock in your politics over the past 5 to 7 years, because you've done too well and you haven't figured out how to redistribute equitably without also welcoming in all sorts of authoritarian tendencies. Redistribution is a really hard thing to do equitably. Second, and Fernanda also mentioned this, it's something that I talked about last year. Your R&D as a percentage of GDP in the OECD is, that's a lot of OECD, a lot of acronyms there. Your research and development figures are fairly low relative to the rest of the OECD. Not just fairly low. For the most recent year that we have data, you're the second lowest. Only Costa Rica beats you. And this is insulting in two different ways. Number one, it's extremely low. Number two, if you're that low, you at least want to be first, but you're not even the worst. You're the second worst. It's really bad. So this is something that really has to change. And all of you in this room, this is something that you're doing, but it's something you also have to force your government to think about more seriously, because the countries that are going to be most successful are the ones that are going to be at the top level of this graph. Last but not least, yes, it's been free trade, and yes, it's been an export-led model, but where do you actually send your products? Who do you actually export to? It's basically China and the United States, and that's it. And that's not going to work. The biggest threat for Chile in the Cold War, the bipolar conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union, was when you get caught in between those two great powers. And if there's one thing that Chile needs to think about from a national governmental perspective, it is you need more free trade agreements and trade with countries that are not China and the United States. Because China and the United States are on a collision course, they're not going to be friends anytime soon. And if I was advising your government, I would say, great. Focus all of your energy on Japan and Indonesia and India and Nigeria and Brazil and all these other places in the world, because you're going to have to balance this. If you are stuck depending on these two major export destinations, they're going to push you. They're going to be able to do things to you that you don't want to be done. All right, closing thoughts, and then I'll get out of your hair. One of the things I get asked most often in most of my presentations is, Jacob, how do you stay sane? There are so many terrible things going on in the world. And I say, yes, there are. But we are literally genetically programmed to think that everything is terrible. There was a study in Nature that was published in 2022. These scientists went back, they had data from the United States from 1949 to 2017. And in 84% of their responses during that entire time period, people said, the world is getting worse. I don't trust my neighbor. I can't trust my friends. Morality is going all to hell. Since 1949. They were only able to do that study from 1996 to 2007 for the countries in red. Chile notably is not in their study, so maybe you guys are different, I don't know. But it was a very similar dynamic. Even in the late 1990s, which I regard as the peak of human civilization, they said, no, morality is declining, we can't trust our friends, everything in the world is absolutely terrible. Now, I get why people think this way, because we are fed headlines and we are fed news that makes us think the world is falling apart. And our brains like that. It's junk food for our brains. We consume, oh, we want to know where the car crashed. We want to know where the accident is. We want to know the terrible thing that's happening. The other interesting thing, though, is that 30 years from now, when we think back about all the things that were terrible now, we remember it as a golden age. We have short memories. We're like goldfish in that sense. So it's that sort of dual dynamic that is affecting the way that people think about the world. And it's why we're being fed headlines like this. This is just a little smattering of headlines from the past 2 weeks. Yikes. Oh boy. Terrible things. Not good. More pandemics, more Russia, Ukraine, more, oh God, more pandemics. It's going to be absolutely terrible. These are the headlines that we're ingesting every single day. You can see why most of us want to do this. But I have a little thought experiment to close. And it really gets to the heart of tech and innovation and how it can change geopolitics, which is not good for my business, but that's fine. I want it to change in general. This is a picture of Wall Street in 1896. I want you to put yourself in the picture for a second. I want you to smell the smells, see the sights, imagine what it feels like. There are no electric lights, so it's probably pretty dark at night. There are no cars, it's horses and buggies, so you can get how it's going to smell. The clothing is tight and starch and conservative, all those other sorts of things. It's a very, very different place. 15 years later, that's what Times Square looks like. So yes, there's lots of terrible things happening in the world. And yes, multipolarity means we're going to really have to shift how we think about the world. But I think we're on the cusp of another era like the 1890s and the 1900s. I don't think we're about to relive the Cold War. I don't think it's 1939. I don't think it's the beginning of World War I. When I think about the historical analog for what we're going through today, we're at the beginning of the 1890s. Ironically, a time also where we had lots of technology explosions that nobody knew what was going to happen with. You get electricity, the shift from coal to oil, the development of modern fertilizers. You go down the list, this was an incredible period of change, and it's why you can get that stepwise change in those pictures. So I asked ChatGPT to imagine Santiago 15 years from now. And that's what it looks like. So I hope that all of your efforts here and in the future years help ChatGPT look correct. So with that, I will be quiet and hand over the mic.
Talk about a provocative, jam-packed presentation to kick us off. That was amazing, David. And the funny thing is I'm sure that our next speaker was nodding and super happy to hear you with regards with your green hydrogen predictions. José Miguel Benavente, you will know him. He's the Executive Vice President of the Chilean Economic Development Agency in Corfo. He's responsible for executing Chile's economic development policies. He previously was Principal Lead, Special Lead at the IDB Competitiveness and Innovation Division, and full professor at Universidad Adolfo Ibáñez. He has advised the National Innovation Council and focuses on economic development, innovation, and productivity. José Miguel holds an engineering degree from Universidad Católica del Paraíso, a master's in economics from Universidad de Chile, and a PhD in economics from, again, University of Oxford. He's also a very close friend of ChileMass. We were very much looking forward to having him in person, but unfortunately, due to unforeseen personal circumstances, he's unable to be here with us today. However, he will join us remotely using our technology. So welcome, José Miguel. You have a big crowd ready for you, so I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Hello, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm so sorry I cannot be there again. As you all know, I mean, we are in the middle of discussion of the budget. And so after this meeting, I have to run to Valparaiso to defend our budget of the Corfo this year. So I'm very sad of not being there with you in this occasion. But anyway, I'm really enjoyed, the presentation from Jacob about what he's saying about Chile and the chances that we have, all the, the potential that is coming and is arriving and is happening right now in Chile. And let me go in through that points which I'm not gonna talk about Corfo because it's the point, but I'm mainly gonna base my views of what is happening now in Chile, and my previous work was on more on the academic side related with development and the opportunities now Chile is facing, and especially interaction with other like-minded countries would be very helpful as an opportunity, but also a challenge as well, and how we can go through this whole process. I'm going to take only 10 minutes, and I'm not presenting any slides. So not to get you bored, but I think the first thing is I mainly base these comments on Jacob's things is the way that Chile have developed in the last 30 or 40 years, and Fernanda was showing, how our productivity has decreased and the R&D spending is very low, still very low, and other figures that have been shown, including the Gini effect. It's mainly saying that the way we developed in the last 30 years could not be the same one as the way we develop in the next 30 years. And this is a very complicated challenge because normally in the internal discussion say, why don't we just use the same tools that we already used in the last 30 years and put it all in place, and then magically this isn't going to happen again. And as Jacob was saying, I mean, the world is completely different in these years, and probably will be very different in the coming years. And why I'm saying that? Because as much as you sign all the trade agreements that you may want to sign, or if you want to explore, and fix your capacities in the growth related with exports only, based on natural resources only, you will not get that far as we need. That was the way, and particularly we have the view that the role of the state to promote exports, for example, and the private sector investment in sectors where we have natural advantages is part of half of the story. But now, as already been said, we need to move further. We need to increase the amount of knowledge that's incorporated in the way we do. We need to be more smart in the way we produce things, and we need to be more smart in the way we negotiate and we involve with the rest of the world. And this is linked to the geopolitical issue, which is mainly what is behind. And the way we think is the approach that we in this administration were trying to follow is the one in a certain way was designed during the previous government. And this is very relevant because it gives you a sense of a more long-term view. And the way we see this is we have, in a certain way, to avoid the discussion about the role of the state to play together with the private sector, in which sector and which technologies should be natural resources, should be another things, is to work together towards one challenge or one mission, as Jacob will say, that America have done in the past, Korea have done in the past. And the one we are now involved, which I think is very relevant, is to become carbon neutral by 2050. And why I'm saying this? Because at the end of the day, when you have this in mind, in a certain way, you put the citizen in the center of the development challenge of a country. And as a byproduct of that, you need to go in certain sectors and technology to reach that carbon neutrality by 2050. And this is very relevant because, as already been said, the way we can do that is to take advantage of certain natural resources that we already have, plus technology, plus investment, plus collaboration, I mean in collaboration not only foreign, but also in certain agents, to move in that direction. And then, strategies related like the lithium one, strategies related with the green hydrogen one, and few other ones we are now pushing. The other ones is related with forestry and wood construction, for example, makes a lot of sense when you want to move in that direction. And this is very relevant, and this is the way we see, and this is the way we think, that despite the fact this government will end in a year and a half, then hopefully, the incoming government, despite the color of this one, will take this, because it has been taken from the past, and go through, because it is a long-run view. So this is the way that we normally see. And the role of the state, and it's very interesting what Fernanda was saying, using Carrera's example. Carreras wasn't a private owner or a entrepreneur in the private sense. He was mainly a guy, which I read a lot about him as well. He was in a certain way representing the state of Chile in certain dimensions, in moving in a more entrepreneurial view about how to move forward in terms of incorporation of knowledge and technology and freedom. And what I'm saying this is this role of moving in that direction have to be done together, the public and the private sector. The role of the public sector that we envision in this way is not like a subsidiary kind of role that you just fix the rules of the game and then the private sector will play. But on the opposite, we don't see the state as the owner of the means of production, like a state-owned thing, like an entrepreneur, as an owner of certain possibilities of production. But mainly we see the role of the state in collaboration with the private sector in an entrepreneurial kind of role, in sense that, taking some risk in advance and making some, say, nudges, as Thaler, the Nobel Prize would say, to the private sector to being together in new areas or new investments that are in a certain way oriented towards the idea to decarbonize for 2050. So this is and a very synthetic way that how we see things and the role of the state, especially in this more geopolitical and strategic view. So we understand, for example, as Jacob was mentioned, the green hydrogen strategy, exactly that. Previous works done by the previous government show that a third of the sector that will be involved in the decarbonization of Chile will be related with green hydrogen. So the way we think is this is an opportunity not only to produce green hydrogen using our cost, our advantage of energy cost, which already been said by Jacob, but also the other advantage that we have is space. We have land, we have space where all these investments can be set, which is not the case, for example, in the continental Europe. And the other thing that he already said is connectivity. And why I'm saying this? Because the green hydrogen sector has several, connecting sectors that will be very relevant in the future, and we may take that advantage in the future. For example, data centers. Data centers together they demand around 10% of the total energy of the world. Most of these together today is fossil-based and fossil-based. And probably in the future, they have to move to the green sources. So the closer, the data centers to the energy sources, the green sources, there will be the better. But you need connectivity to do that. So if already with the Humboldt Cable has already been mentioned, this is another opportunity for Chile to move in the direction to sophisticate the way we produce based on natural resources. Another issue related to green hydrogen. The scale of the green hydrogen potential in Chile is so high in terms of equipment that will be needed at the end of the world in Magallanes to avoid all the transportation costs. Why don't we produce some piece and parts of these equipments in Chile? And this is very relevant in a complementary way with local capacities, with foreign transfer of technology, to joint venture works with those who are in the technological frontier, because the demand will be locally for this kind of piece and parts and equipment. Only one of the large investments in green hydrogen will need more than 1,000 of windmills, and 1,000 to transport all the equipment around the world is still very costly. Why I'm saying this is because we see in a very systemic way and dynamic way the organization of these potential sectors, which are related with the natural resources comparative advantage that we already have, as has been already mentioned. And we see that we have to organize in a certain way that this may happen. Part of the role of Corfo and other institutions to do that work. Part of the work is given signal through different mechanisms, including financial sector, that Chile as a government, Chile as a state, Chile as a country is involved in the long run on the development of these kind of areas. So this is one thing that I want to stress about how we see this and how relevant is this partnership with foreign technologies to come to Chile, to work together with local capabilities, to develop sectors we are surrounding natural resources where have a lot of potential in the future. Another issue which I think, and this is the second one and the last one I want to raise for this situation, is the following. And it's related with the scientific technology development in the country. And this is also an area where we can learn a lot, because you're now actually in MIT, and United States give us a lot of learning occasions for how we can move further in this direction. Most of the science and technology in Chile have been developed from the supply side, meaning that we need to increase, for example, capabilities of do research, still very low in terms of figures, already been said, in R&D expenditure, especially mainly the sources are the public sector, especially at the university. And this is needed. Of course it's needed, but it is half a story again. The other half of the story is when you start doing more challenge-based research. And challenge-based research is the one we, as here in Corfu, are trying to now to move forward to complement those who were based on and done by the Minister of Science, for example. And why I'm saying this? As you maybe know, I'm using the US case, for example, most of research investment, research and development investment in the United States is not done by the National Science Foundation, which is our equivalent to the ANIT or former CONICET. Most of the research and investment in public research and investment in the United States is done by the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Health. And the way they do research at these institutions is based on challenges and problems, which are set by the public sector and ask the private sector and university to provide solutions for that. This is a model which is not in place in Chile yet, and we're trying to move forward in that direction. And why is this? You need two things. The first thing, you need capabilities at the state level to raise challenges and questions, not the answers, the questions. And sometimes very difficult to structure problems and raise the challenges. And secondly, it's the same for the private sector to raise challenges and work with the public sector in terms of providing, challenges to the scientific and the technological sectors to move in that direction. And this is an area where also working very hard with the creation of certain institutions and with some calls for certain centers of research and development, which we have aiming at not be directed or managed by the university sector. Mainly, we aim that should be managed by the private sector together with certain, group of institutions which are more related with the demand side and the production side rather than the supply side. And this is another issue which is very relevant for the enhancement and the increase of research and development figures in Chile, which are already been shown very low, and also have been, in a certain way, more empathic with the challenges that the private and the public sector are now facing, and there are too many of them. So we need to move in direction of to complement, not only when you do from the supply side and in terms of capabilities coming from the university, which should be still pushed and financed from the public sector, which is fine, but we need to complement that, some resources to, in a certain way, complement private efforts in terms of providing solutions for challenges and problems that can be raised and structured either from the private sector, which are too many now in these days, as you already know, and also from the public sector as at the demand side. So this is a second area where we think this interaction with other countries, not only in the learning process of how this public policy is made, but also how you can reach, knowledge frontier of technology transfer with local capabilities in terms to attend this demand, which is coming from the private sector as well. This is the way that in this administration, especially what Corfu we're trying to do, move it in that direction, especially related with the application in a more practical way of the green hydrogen strategy, the lithium strategy, and now in the more on the building based on wood construction strategy, which I think are more, and if you taking all together, it's not this old story about why the state is picking winners of the picking state sector or picking technologies. Mainly what we're doing is following what we have done in the past, which are the sectors that we need to increase our participation, note introduction, and became more stronger at the end of the day to reach the carbon neutrality in 2050. And this is the way we are trying to focus this in based on missions and challenges. And this, I think, and I'm finishing with this, is a new way to think about, the ways we can move forward in terms of growth and development. We expect, as a byproduct of this, that our economy will diversify in terms of new sectors, productivity in certain sectors will increase, linkages with the foreign sectors will becoming more relevant. Interaction with knowledge-based institutions more on the demand side will be part of this. And public money can also be focused in a certain way on the margin to promote this kind of activities. And last but not least, if at the end of the day, the Chilean idiosyncrasy see as the carbon neutrality as an opportunity not only to increase their welfare, but also an opportunity to create new ways of production, new products and services that at the end of the day, based on natural resources advantage that we have, we may also can export them. We see this as a way that we can move forward in this second stage of development for Chile in the coming 30 years. So thank you very much, and sorry for being too long, and again sorry for not being there with you yourself, but we'll love to be in next year. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, José Miguel. We wish you safe travel to Valparaiso and a fruitful conversation discussion with the Congress. So now we have our second panel discussion, which is called Learning Organizations and the Challenges for Capitalism. We're truly honored to welcome three distinguished experts to our stage today. I'm going to tell a brief anecdote before I do the next guest. A couple of weeks ago, I was preparing a presentation and I was researching what are the biggest 3 to 5 books that changed management in the past couple of decades. And the work of our next speaker kept popping up to the top over and over again. So it's a complete honor to welcome today Peter Senge. He's a renowned leader, founder of the Society for Organizational Learning, and senior lecturer at MIT Sloan School of Management, where we are today. He's known for his groundbreaking book, The Fifth Discipline, which I'm sure most of you have heard of. He has shaped organizational learning theory. And especially we're talking about ecosystems and how we all come together and collaborate and think more broadly about the consequences and how we articulate value. This is really, really critical work and has enabled us to really propel our world forward. In 1997, Harvard Business Review named the learning organization one of the seminal business ideas of the prior 75 years. Peter is co-director of the MIT System Awareness Lab and co-founder of the Academy for System Change. He holds a PhD in management from MIT and continues to lead initiatives focusing on sustainability, system change, and building learning communities across various sectors, all very akin to what we do at ChileMass. Let's give a warm welcome to Peter Senge.
Thank you very much for that. So I'll stand down here if it's okay. Can you hear me all right? Great. Well, nice to see you. How are you doing? Good. So I think the three of us are going to be kind of reflecting on the way we kind of see the state of the world right now to some degree in different ways. I'll do it anchored in our work on organizations and industries for a change standpoint. And then John and Jeannette will do it in a slightly complementary way. But I think hopefully there'll be a real kind of some threads connecting them. So first off, let me just say that this is, of course, not about Chile per se. I don't know Chile very well. I have been many, many times. There was a wonderful Chilean who was a very important mentor to many of us, named Humberto Maturana. Maybe some of you know Humberto's work. Since Humberto passed away, I have not been back to Chile, which is a bit of a shame because I used to love my visits and just hanging out with him. What did Humberto and I share? Well, he was a biologist, actually quite famous for work done at Harvard and MIT originally, resulted in a Nobel Prize here at MIT for pioneering research on the nature of perception, which you might say may seem a far cry from innovation in the future of our societies, but not really. It really is always about perception. One of Humberto's many famous statements is, all things said are said by someone. You want me to say it again? All things said are said by someone. That includes scientists. Nobody has, I guess, another great phrase of Umberto's, no one has a privileged view of reality. He was very unusual because he was an eminent biologist, really one of the, in my opinion, one of the more important scientists of the second half of the 20th century, had a huge impact, and yet had this wonderful ability to say things in ways that we could all relate to. We didn't have to be a specialist to understand the essence of Umberto's thinking. And so perception is always at the heart of matters. We talk about facts as if they're facts. Right? You with me? But somebody selected the facts, somebody organized the data that made the facts, it's woven through institutions. All things said are said by somebody. So why is that important for the puzzles of today? Well, partly because it's probably, as best any of us know, kind of a historic moment. And when I say moment now, I don't mean this moment, and I don't mean today. I mean like this, let's say 30 to 50 years. It's not what we normally think of as a moment, but in the history of a species, it's most definitely a moment, and the species is in some trouble. We all know that. We don't have to look very far. We can ask our kids. As you probably know, there is a global epidemic of stress, anxiety, and suicide rates amongst young people, all countries. Because the kids are very tuned in to the fact that we're kind of heading off a cliff. And most of our efforts are to accelerate. So the work on learning organizations always had this kind of root. It was a strange term in a way because most people thought, oh, well, that's just about doing a lot of training. And it's an interesting interpretation because people hear the word learning, they think school. They think school, they think business, they add the two together and go, oh, it's a lot of training. We'll put people through a lot of classes. Now that actually had nothing to do with the origins of using the term. It was very simple. When you looked at the data of the history of corporations, because when this work was starting, all the partners were in the corporate world, the lifespan is actually remarkably low. Throughout the industrial age, which we're still in, by the way, this is not the end of the industrial age, waves of technological innovation have defined the industrial age. As the last speaker was pointing out, you know, the 1890s was a historic wave of lots of new technologies. That's the history of the industrial age. We produce more coal than ever before in human history. We make more steel than ever before in human history. By every definition of the industrial age, this is it. And it was always based on premises that were not really very sustainable. I think John will go into this in a little more depth, who will follow me, which is that, you know, you don't have to be very old, probably by the age of 2 or 3, to realize that you can't keep putting more stuff in the same box. The earth is finite. And the premise that we can grow in material throughput forever is just basically illogical. So the real roots of the learning organization movement were recognizing that similar things happen in companies all the time. There's a lot of signals that things are not working out, but those signals are ignored. I think this data has gotten worse, not better, but when this whole movement was starting, one of the kind of data points that really defined it was the expected lifetime of a Fortune 500 corporation. You know, the largest, most successful companies in the world was about 35 years from when it's founded to when it goes out of business. Less than half the life expectancy of the individuals in those same societies by and large. I doubt that number has gotten longer. So what's going on here? The biggest, most powerful institutions in the world don't live very long, despite all their efforts to do so. It's a fundamental crisis of perception. And with great consequence. A lot of people say, oh, well, turnover at businesses are great. The problem is not just that they fail to survive, but that the conditions within them are such that they fail to survive. So most of us, if we reflect on our work experience, have periods of time where We really felt like we were part of a great team. It was really fun. It was exciting. Work was what we really, really wanted to do because it was work, not just labor. It was stuff we loved to do. And conversely, we have a lot of the opposite experiences. We have politics. This is now inside companies. We have politics. We have lack of trust, teams that no one really wants to be part of. I'm always asking the younger people entering workforce, how are your teams these days? And by and large, most of them say, well, they're not teams at all. They're just a bunch of people who have to work together. So that was always, you might say, the kind of fundamental challenge of the learning organization work. How do we create work environments that really are close to our ideal, that we would want our kids to work at, that are based on trust and mutuality and excitement? And of course, they're challenging. But they're really fun because without those kind of work environments, we can't deal with the perceptual biases that are built into almost all institutions. Habits are far more powerful than facts. Let me say it again. Habit is far more powerful than fact in most institutions. That was really another way to say the motivation for the whole learning organization idea, that consistently, if you look at those big successful organizations that don't live very long, there were a lot of facts that pointed that they were heading off a cliff. But the habits of the institution, the policies, the structures, when I say habit now, I mean it in the broadest sense. You might say the culture. We do things the way we do things because that's the way we've done things, right? That's culture. It's not good or bad. It's just part of human existence. We live in this way. The problem is we then treat it as if it's the fact. This is the way it works. This is the way it needs to work. So in a sense, the fundamental aim of the learning organization movement was to start challenging, creating the conditions where we could challenge our deepest habits. Because if we don't do that, our companies really work pretty much on automatic, even though we don't like to say that. They work the way they work because that's the way they've worked until we reflect. Another one of Humberto's great lines. It is only through reflection that we change our history. It is only through reflection that we change our history. We do what we do because that's what we've done until we go, oh my God, if we keep doing this, we're in real trouble. And in those moments, we can kind of wake up. We can see ourselves. So those were always the kind of fundamentals. I did my PhD right here in this building. I come from a tradition here at MIT called system dynamics. It's understanding interdependency and systems in that fundamental sense, not computer systems, but it did happen to intersect with the development of computer technology. The man who created the field had previously led the team at MIT that built the first general purpose digital computers. And he said, well, if there's any one function of this new device, that was in the late 40s and early 50s, his name was J. Forrester. He's in the Inventors Hall of Fame with the Wright brothers and Marconi and Edison and people like that. He said, if there's any real purpose of this, it's to help us wake up and see things we don't usually see because they're more systemic than we're used to seeing. Part of this domination of habit is we focus on what we know how to do, and the information we're used to focusing on. So I'll just say a couple things, and then I want to turn it over, hopefully with good bridges, to John, Jeannette. The most coherent way I can think about the era we're in today is this is an era of collapse. It's the simplest way I can say it. It starts with the collapse of ecological systems. In the end, they're a lot more important than our economic systems. We all know that. You really cannot substitute money for water and food and energy. We see all around us the signs of societal collapse, political disarray. Yeah, I know people always tend to be pessimistic about the moment, and I think what Josh was saying earlier, I agree with, which is that the media tend to focus us on what's negative. Forget the media. I mean, obviously, that's not really the lens that's most useful. Just look at the speciation on the planet Earth. There's been, in the history of life on this planet, there's been 6 prior major collapses of species, dramatic reduction from the number of species to much smaller, brought about typically by big changes in the geophysics of the planet, including probably the famous comet 65 million years ago. We are in the midst of the seventh major, I think it's sixth major collapse of species, but it's the first time it's been brought about by one species. It's not because of an external event or conditions. Now I'll go right back to the very personal, that global wave of anxiety, stress, depression, and suicide amongst young people. There aren't many species on the planet right now. In fact, I don't know any on large scale where the young kill themselves. This is not a nice time. And we can paint rosy pictures and we can get all excited about the investment opportunities, but sitting behind all that is this is an age of collapse. One of the most interesting articles I've read about this in a long time, written by an indigenous woman who comes from Amazonia. She actually lives now in British Columbia, where there's a lot of indigenous scholars. And she points out that if you're part of a culture that's at least 10,000 years old, it's a simple way to define indigenous cultures, you have lived through collapse before. Cycles are inherent in nature and societies, not surprisingly. We think it's like the end of the world and we got to save the world. Well, no, humans are in some trouble and a lot of other species. That said, this happens. We forget we're part of nature. We concentrate power and wealth. We kind of let go of you might say, the fundamental principles of living, which is if you live, you create conditions for living for others. Because living never occurs in isolation, ever, ever, ever. It's an intensely interdependent phenomenon. But all societies that have been around a long time have lived through periods where they forget these things. And they make very generic, recurring mistakes. We're doing it now on kind of a global scale, but it's not new. Collapse is part of renewal in the natural world. So this woman, whose name is Vanessa Andreotti, has written quite beautifully. She wrote a beautiful book, if you haven't seen it, called Hospicing Modernity, recognizing the modern age, the industrial age, this age we live in today, it needs to be let go. The reason that's critical is first, it's part of starting to cleanse our lens of perception. We can look all we want at trade patterns, but is trade patterns the most important thing? Or is it speciation? The health of the oceans, the stability of climate, the quality of topsoil, the basic things that really do shape conditions for living. So anyhow, if we kind of accept that, then we realize, yes, targets like carbon neutrality in 2050 are really vital. We need to reel this back into tangible things. And as business people, we have to work with practical timeframes. 500 years is not a practical time frame. A century isn't, but the century is the right one to think about the problems. The climate change crisis has not come yet. Everything we see around the world today is a result of an increase of global mean temperature compared to prior to the modern industrial age of about 1.5 to 6 degrees on average. Some say it's more like 1.4. We haven't seen climate change yet. It is coming. The kids know it. The young people sense it. So we have to get serious now. Yes, carbon neutrality by 2050 is the kind of targets we need to set. But we've set targets before. It's the impetus to move towards those that really is the question, not the fact that we know we need to change. One last quote of Umberto's. It seems like a good way to wrap this up. History follows the path of desires. I always love that. History follows the path of desires. We've been trying to solve these crises by logic and reason. Habit beats reason all the time. What can lead habits to change? Desires. We have to realize that there actually are better ways of living and start to orient ourselves towards those, not just to fixing things that aren't working. John, where is he? I know I saw him a moment ago. There he is. Good.
Thank you so much, Peter. Now I'm going to invite to our stage our next two speakers, and we'll introduce them back to back. So we have on my right, I have John Fullerton. He's an unconventional economist. What a great title. I love that. Impact investor and architect of regenerative economics. He introduced in his 2015 booklet, Regenerative Capitalism. After 20 years Wall Street career as a managing director of JP Morgan, he founded the Capital Institute in 2010 to reimagine economics and finance in service to life. A committed impact investor, John chairs New Day Enterprises and co-founded Grasslands LLC. He also serves on the boards of Savoy Institute and Stone Acres Farm and speaks internationally on sustainability and finance. And also we have Jeannette von Wolfersdorff, which is an economist and author of the best-selling book Capitalism in 2022. Jeannette founded the Fiscal Spending Observatory in 2015, focusing on data analytics and public spending transparency. In 2017, she became the first woman on the Santiago Stock Exchange board and chaired the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Public Spending in 2020. Recognized by World Commerce and Contracting for her transparency work, she's currently a member of Chile's Autonomous Fiscal Council. Jeannette holds a business administration degree from the University of Anaheim, Germany. Let's introduce both of them. Thank you, Jeannette. Thank you, John.
Should I sit down there? First. No, no, you first.
Ladies first. You're just fighting over who's going to go first. Thank you, Peter. That was just a wonderful talk and a wonderful transition from some of the earlier talks, because I was sitting in the back thinking, boy, I'm going to sound like a wet blanket when I get up there. But you did the hard work for us. I too share the context of collapse that we're in. And Peter, I didn't know you studied with Forrester. That's interesting. No wonder I have found so much value in your work. I was going to start my story with a anecdote from when I was with Dennis Meadows, who studied with Jay Forrester as well, and was one of the authors of Limits to Growth, which was the kind of spear in the chest for me personally in my post-Wall Street life. How many have read or are aware of Limits to Growth? So Limits to Growth was written 50 years ago, a report to the Club of Rome, and it essentially said exponential growth on a finite planet is going to end poorly. And everyone said this is rubbish, and the authors spent the rest of their careers being attacked. And it turns out their analysis under Jay Forrester was pretty much exactly right. And as a financier, I understood that if the growth of material throughput in the economy is leading us off a cliff, it's finance people like me who think they're so smart who are actually driving the economic system. So I've spent the last, honestly, 20 plus years wrestling with this question of how to rethink our economic system. So I'm taking the conversation up from organizations to the system as a whole, and I have 15 minutes, and I'm nowhere near as good of a lecturer as Peter Senge, so I'm going to use some slides and power through it quickly, if they work. There we go. I will be critical of the field and the discipline of economics. As Thomas Merton said, I criticize the system. They think I'm criticizing them. And this is, of course, because, as Peter said, we are in habits. We accept the systems, and we actually define ourselves by it. So when you come out to a place like MIT and criticize neoclassical economics, you usually get attacked. Let me just state what I see as the primary drivers of our meta crisis, the poly crisis. And that is our reductionist, materialist, Newtonian worldview, our habit of thinking of the world as a machine. And neoclassical economics, which I've studied post my Wall Street life, is built on a foundation of Newtonian physics, never updated. We've done some tweaking, we've done some patching, but we've never re-questioned that fundamental assumption is, does the economy work like a machine, or does the economy work like a living system that learns like all living systems? And behind that is a root cause, which I would define as the myth of separation. The 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics proves that everything is connected to everything. How they did that, I have no idea, but mathematically they can prove, not only on this planet, but across the universe, this concept of entanglement. Now, if you question my statement that neoclassical economics is built on a foundation of Newtonian physics, you only need to look to Irving Fisher's textbook, where you can see the column in mechanics, that means Newtonian physics, a particle corresponds to an individual. They literally took Newtonian math and assumed that it applied to a system of economics. And we run the world on neoclassical economics still to this day. In 2018, the Nobel Prize in Physics, which is not a legitimate Nobel Prize, story for another day, was awarded to William Nordhaus just down the road for his work on a climate model that argued that the optimal global warming would be 3.5 degrees Celsius. Nordhaus understands the climate science, but somehow perceptions, as Peter said, his perception looked through the lens of neoclassical economics could cause him to conclude that we should grow the economy faster so we'd have more money so we can fix the problem. It's stunning. And when that happened, the media barely even reported on it, the mainstream media. It's stunning. And yet that man has more influence on climate policy than any human being on this planet, I would suggest, certainly any economist. And by the way, I don't have time to go into this, but this same Newtonian foundation exists in our management sciences, other than people like Peter Senge, where we use the machine as a metaphor everywhere we look. So the gig is up. We're in this double bind where undifferentiated economic growth, it obviously works. And there are obviously parts of the world where we need economic growth, but there are parts of the world where undifferentiated economic growth is driving us to collapse. And when I met with Dennis Meadows, I forgot this part of the story, I did a workshop with him and someone asked, he was trying to teach us system science in a small group, and someone said, Dennis, when will we know when collapse has arrived? And he said, oh, that's easy. The first thing to go will be our ability to cope. So this green growth idea is a mirage. And the shrink and share strategy of ecological economics, which is really the foundation upon which I've built regenerative economics, is in a sense too little too late. It's not a credible response. We need a new source of prosperity. We need a new economic model. And I believe that economic model will be derived by studying with people like Umberto rather than studying Newtonian physics. So I think we're living in a momentous moment, a massive moment, probably bigger than the shift between the medieval era and the modern era. And some people are calling this new era the unitive era. I'll call it the regenerative era. And this change will define the rest of our lives. And so I have to disagree with David's boss in the financial world. I am proposing an idea that I will never see implemented in my lifetime. But as Wes Jackson said, if you're working on something that you'll complete in your lifetime, you're not thinking big enough. Here's the key. Here's the key distinction. Complexity is complicated, but complicated is not complexity. The MIT Systems Dynamics lab invented the science of complexity science. And we confuse these two at our peril. Simple way to think about it. Things we make are complicated. Things we need to manage are complex. I don't know if the professor would agree with that simplification. And yet we pretend to manage things that are complex as if they're merely complicated. From our organizations to the United Nations to the entire global economy. And what we need to learn about is how to work with complexity. And there's no better lesson or teacher of that than to study how life works. And this idea of regeneration is not just a new word for sustainability. Regeneration scientifically is the process that describes how life works. So think of regeneration as life. I wrote a book on this almost 10 years ago now called Regenerative Capitalism. And I defined regenerative economics as the application of nature's laws, processes, and patterns of systemic health, self-organization, self-renewal, and emergent regenerative vitality to socioeconomic systems. Is this? Oh, okay. I'm not at 18 minutes, am I? Okay. Three premises about a regenerative economy. First, the human economy is a living system. Let that sink in, challenge that in your mind, question it, see if you can make the case that that's not true. My logic is that the human being is a living system. I don't think that's contentious. Gaia theory says that the entire planet is a living system. That was very contentious when James Lovelock proposed that. It's no longer contentious. And living systems are structured in a fractal ways, so the patterns repeat across scales. So organizations are living systems, government organizations are living systems, business, government, educational organizations are living systems, families are living systems, and I would suggest the human economy is a living system. And if you accept that, then you can't, you're kind of, I've got you. And what I mean by that is there are patterns and principles that describe how living systems work. That's now science. And Umberto was one of the leading thinkers in that. And so if our human economy is to be sustainable, then it too will need to abide by these same patterns and principles that describe all systems that have sustained themselves over a long period of time, unless you can make the case that the human economy is the only exception to the rule that living systems behave according to these same patterns and principles. Now, I've tried to distill these patterns and principles into 8. There are no right way to describe the complexity of how the regenerative process works, but it's very much aligned with what Peter said. It's about creating the conditions for life to continue to prosper. And if we create the conditions by aligning with first principles of how life works, we will unlock huge potential that no one can see in advance. And this is the key. The opportunity is if we align our economy with how life works, we will surprise ourselves just how life has done for 18 billion, 14 billion years. How long has the universe been around? A lot of years. And that to me is the only credible response to the collapse that we're facing in. We need to reimagine the source of our future prosperity by aligning with how life works. And I don't have time to go through these in detail today, but since we're at a conference about innovation, let me just make a comment about innovation, which, by the way, innovative, responsive, and adaptive is one of these first principles of how life works. But I've actually changed the way I talk about it. I talk about it as adaptive and responsive innovation, not innovation for the sake of innovation. And with all due respect to MIT, putting a man on Mars is not adaptive and responsive to our current crisis. And I'm not even sure if inventing stars is innovative and adaptive innovation. We need innovative and adaptive innovation that addresses the context that we live in right now. The other principle I will talk about, because again, it echoes what Peter had said, is this concept of in-right relationship. Everything is in relationship. And if those relationships are symbiotic and mutually beneficial, you have a healthy system. If they're extractive, you have a degenerative system. Finance has become an extractive, degenerative practice that is the cloud over our economy. In fact, to quote Wendell Berry, our economy has become a financial system, but a financial system lacking proper guidance and values. And as a former financier, I can speak with credibility about this. I think fixing our financial system, removing that as an obstacle for the economy to align with how life works is probably the first and most important priority. You can't give a talk without saying something about AI. What I will say is that we're busy accelerating this Newtonian reductionist information input into these AI engines, which will exacerbate this problem of thinking about problems as if, thinking about complexity as if it's merely complicated. Because so much of the information that is scooped up into these AIs is reductionist thinking. And we can use that information brilliantly when we're trying to make things. But if we try, as Eric Schmidt just said yesterday, if we try to use AI to solve complex problems, he said we should give up our goals for climate change and just let AI fix it. Well, if the AIs are populated with reductionist logic, we will just accelerate our rush off the cliff. So in closing, I'll just call on or quote Buckminster Fuller. This was almost the final thing he wrote before he died in the end of his book called Grunch, which was his critique of capitalism. I only read this a few years ago. He writes, nature is a totally efficient, self-regenerating system. If we discover the laws that govern this system and live synergistically with them, sounds familiar, sustainability will follow. In other words, sustainability is the outcome of the regenerative process, and humankind will be success. And it was very clear, if you read the book, that he meant if we don't do this, we're in deep trouble. Thank you.
Was that? This one does? Hello, good morning to everyone. Thank you for the invitation to ChileMass, Fernanda and her team. It's a huge honor to be here with Peter and John. We will go a little bit more into the pop art now. So I deeply share the concern and the vision of Peter and John of the needed transformation. I think when we talk about innovation, really the most important innovation we all should be worried about is how to get our economic systems towards a system that can permit a future on a livable planet. So much in line, not as deep in system thinking, is what World Business Council for Sustainable Development is saying, with more than 200 CEOs of the largest companies worldwide. We need a transformation of our economic system of all sectors. So, but when we really think about these challenges and when we see the pathways that World Business Council is already publishing towards these goals, the pathways are goals in itself. Like companies in the financial sector should be in future like this, transportation sector like this. But we don't know really how to push this change forward. We don't know how to transform our system. And this is the most important innovation beside of agreeing on a future vision for our economic system. So when we see the vision of a regenerative capitalism as John just presented, there is no road. We have to create this road. And what does that mean? Really deeply, we can understand when we understand that and observe the dynamics in our work teams, in our enterprises, in our markets. And when we should ask ourselves whether, in fact, we are the master or we are the slave. Because systems, as science confirms us, deeply shape behavior of their parts and their members. So you have all the organizational studies, for example, Charles Perrault, showing that where you are in a huge organization, whether you're on the top, on the side, this shapes your perception of reality. Then you have other very interesting studies from Brian Arthur, Santa Fe Institute, from William Edwards Deming, on how, or Richard Thaler already mentioned in the morning, on how the design of a system induces or not corruptive, narcissistic, or value extracting behavior, being that a consequence of the system more than a really consequence of the individual behavior. Then you have from MIT very interesting deep studies from John Sterman showing from the system dynamics group as well, showing how deeply systems influence their parts. So I think this is really important because when you understand how systems influence us, you might think also about the reasons and the consequences of that. For me, it starts with our brain, as our brain really is not made to understand system dynamics and complexity. And not only that, we are not only blind to systems because we are not designed for the complexity of 21st century problems, the problems we create and the challenges, but we also function quite automatically, already said as well. So our brain really is less autonomous, maybe not determined, as Roberto Sapolsky says, but deeply conditioned and deeply automatic, as Daniel Kahneman already showed. For me, as a twin, I have an identical twin. I must say all these thoughts are a little bit natural for me because my sister lives in Germany. I go to visit her and she just bought the same clothes. She has the same pet. She works on the same issues. She loves the same things. And not only that, she was going out for years with Christoph, and my husband is called Christoph. So I understand that when we think about how conditioned we are toward below our brain, how automatic our brain is working, then we understand the importance of the systems where we are bathing ourselves in, because we are so deeply shaped by the systems without understanding the respective dynamics. And this means that when we want to really change behavior in society, of course, there is a bottom-up approach that is necessary, but it needs to be complemented by a top-down approach. So if, for example, we really want to get lower the obesity rates in society, the solution won't be education only, but the most important thing is to get, for example, the sugar out of the supermarket. And to get the sugar out of the supermarkets, we need rules and incentives that are different right now for the industry. This means also that the transformation towards regenerative capitalism can't be just on firm level, on individual level. This is important. All firms need to embrace regenerative principles and need to be learning organizations, but this will have a ceiling quite soon. For example, if Nestlé would say, well, let's really create healthier products, they would lose market share. And supermarkets will be full with the same stuff from other companies. So you can't really blame one company neither for the situation of greenwashing, etc. we find right now, because the system doesn't allow on firm level to really be the value creator we need and to really get the transformation done. This means that transformation must look the mid-level, like Frank Dixon, for example, was writing on this. Mid-level transformation means, okay, let's take some sectors or issues like CO2 reduction and really create a strategy on that. But when you do that, you find yourself quickly going towards the necessity to make a high-level transformation as well, because those making the rules for the mid-level aren't prepared for the complexity. So our government structure, our Congress, our lawmaking has not incorporated complexity science, complexity thinking, system thinking, but a sector transformation needs that, because when we are talking about financial sector, food and beverage sector, all sectors, these are complex systems, and complex systems have non-linear dynamics. So you won't never know how the sector will react. For example, you put the sugar down and people will react, search in dopamine, because it was not sugar they're addicted to. They're addicted to dopamine. So maybe bringing sugar down will bring the gambling up. So this means that in a complex system, you cannot rule a complex system with laws, with rigid laws made with an inspiration like Montesquieu for the 18th century. This is the problem. We are still thinking of lawmaking and rulemaking like as if we were in the complexity of the 18th century, while Montesquieu would never have accepted this in this way. He was quite dynamic in his thought for the 18th century. So regenerative capitalism as a vision really needs to get regulators more distributed, more autonomous, more independent from the power game, and really need adaptive, agile regulation, so that the regulator should know where to go, but the rules should be adaptive towards this role, this vision. And it really should permit to connect the dots. For example, you cannot really fiscally responsible push forward spending in the health sector without connecting the health sector to the nutrition, food and beverage industry. And when dealing with complex system, you have to allow also for worse, before, and better than dynamics. So our Congress, our governments, it's not their fault. The system won't permit to really get worse first and better than dynamics that are quite typical for complex systems. And so we see we need a regulator that connects the dots, or several regulators shielded by the power game. And to remember just a wonderful quote from John Mio, connecting the dots, having a holistic vision. When we pick out anything by itself, we soon find it connected to the rest of the universe. In regulation, it's the same. There are so many connections, but right now our rigid lawmaking does not permit to get the connections and to have an agile approach. I think there is maybe not real hope to really think deeply right now how to push change forward in this direction on high level, but I think there's opportunity. And the opportunity is AI as well, because AI is a complex adaptive system. You never know how AI will be reacting to regulators. And regulators can't be governments and Congress creating rigid rules. You cannot really create a law for artificial intelligence. You need an agile regulator that works participatory with industry and with an approach towards a goal, but without knowing how the system will react towards regulation. And I am thinking that this kind of regulation should be the inspiration for all regulation we need in economic sectors, because right now, with the goal of a regenerative capitalism, our regulation is really, our economies are under-regulated, but over-bureaucratized. This is an undesired consequence as well of not treating a system, recognizing the complexity and using complexity science for regulation. So I really thought about Umberto Maturana as well. He still inspires everyone. He got like 60 years ago with Jerry Ledwin and others. They made this famous paper about what the frog's eye tells the frog's brain. Showing that it's not only that the brain is filtering information of what we perceive as reality, but also the eye nerve is already filtering what it transmits to the brain. And in the frog's case, the eye won't tell that food might be around the frog if the food isn't moving like in zigzag in front of the eyes of the frog. this means that the frog could starve being surrounded by food when the food won't fly. And that the frog in future, to get more chance to survival, should have an adaptation and perceive more of the reality and not only what the eye nerve is filtering. I think we are now, our human civilization is a little bit the same. We are surrounded by knowledge of systems, of complexity, of system dynamics, but we don't really use all this fantastic knowledge from science to put it in our own organization in front of the problems we have. So our civilization will be suffering like this frog, being surrounded by knowledge without using it. So the challenge really is to pick this knowledge and try to think how to apply it, not only to specific problems, but to the way we organize ourselves towards the problems. And this must include high-level transformation and not only mid-level. And now to end, I wanted to say that, of course, all these ideas are future ideas, innovative ideas. We heard thoughts from Peter Senge. I really recommend who haven't read to go deep into his books and works. John Fullerton, the same. I see all this work like seeds, thoughts that are seeds to be planted in future, because our civilization will need that. So I thought, talking with another MIT professor, we had this image, Jason J., we had this image of the global seed vault in Norway, where global seeds are collected for tomorrow if biodiversity will be crashing. So the invitation and taking the words from Fernanda and the question to all of you, what will you do to push innovation? What kind of thought seeds will each of you plant and give to the seed vault? Because tomorrow our civilization will need this. I think Capital Institute has done a great work. For me, it could be the place where a seed vault can be put in. And the invitation would be, please, let's create innovation about how transformation can be done, thinking about the future of our children and those to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jeannette. Thank you so much, John, Peter. This has been amazing. We've had a great morning, eye-opening, thoughtful presentations. We're, of course, running a little bit late, so I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break. There's a new QR code with all of the agenda, with all the speakers. Please grab a picture. Please take it home. Talk to the other startups. Let's go grab coffee. Quick bio break and come back. We have amazing. But before that, we have a group picture. This is a long-standing ChileMass tradition. We want all of you very quickly to come on stage for a group picture. How's that sound? Let's get going, people.
Hello. Please, if you can come to the front here. If you can come. Please. One. Sí. ¿Le puede decir sí que abra la cocina? Can you open the screens?
I always struggle to tell my story.
No, not at all. Please, if you can come fast so we can have time for the coffee break.
Buenísimo.
We need somebody to get on.
Very, very.
Go behind.
A message.
Yeah.
If we can get everyone between the two pillars, that'd be perfect.
Okay. If everyone could be between the two pillars, they will be in the picture. So please come here. Yeah, please. Gaby, por favor, vente para acá. We need everybody to be between the two pillars. Please. Sí. Volunteers, please. Everyone, please. ¿No estoy tapando a nadie?
La sentadilla eterna es terrible. Cuando veamos que está todo bien.
Between the two pillars.
No, si
I want to be.
But of course, it's also, the universe is also bound very much by the North. But one thing the MIT does well is it creates labs to do new things, not just write papers, to actually accomplish something. That's the most important.
Yeah. Now everybody can say ChileMass.
Qué buena pregunta. ¿Te cachai que nos quedamos todos silenciosos? ¿Y tiene nada que ver con la foto?
Hay que hacer network.
Jason's great guy. Real MIT spirit. Jason.
Now we have 10 minutes for the break, so please come back in 10 minutes. Drink some coffee and come back.
How we connect to land.
10:35 here, please, 10:35.
Example of one.
Oye, gran nivel, ¿ah?
Vaya a venir conmigo, o sea, ahí podemos jalar tipo 2, cuando tipo 2, cuando empieza el mirazo, básicamente, o sea, personal.
Oye, voy a bajar a los que deben estar contigo.
Max, este grandote. Hello, everyone. Hello. We are going to start. We cannot be late. Please come inside. If you can, please sit.
No one can see.
And we're back. People, if you can find your seats, I see Julie looking at me. You can find your seats, get back. We have a couple of speakers that need to catch some flights later, so we need to be on time. If you could please. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We need some sort of bell or chimes or something to signal that we're back to get together. Okay, we have our next panel. I hope everybody's caffeinated and you're ready to go for the next leg before our next coffee break. And this next discussion is about empowering minds with 21st century skills. And of course, we have a fantastic lineup again. So we're going to start with Christina Bosch. She's a research scientist in the Scheller Teacher Education Program. the Education Arcade at MIT, focusing on K-12 curriculum development for responsible AI and computational action as part of the RACE initiative, which RACE stands for Responsible AI for Social Empowerment. Her work promotes accessible and inclusive AI education for all students. A former middle school teacher herself, Dr. Bosch has over a decade of experience in teacher education and curriculum development, emphasizing co-design and project-based learning. She holds advanced degrees in special education and mind, brain, and education, including a PhD from the University of UMass Amherst. Christina, thank you so much and welcome to the stage.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you everyone so much for being here today and for having me. I will get around to a more formal presentation and introduction of myself, but as a former teacher, I'd like to start with a quiz. So, pop quiz, does anyone know who this person is? Fantastic. Many of you may know that MIT has a long history with AI, but probably fewer folks know that we also have a long history in AI education, or learning with and about AI. And Seymour Papert was a pivotal figure in starting that field. So Papert contributed to developing the first programming language for children, Logo. And also took the Swiss psychologist Piaget's theory of constructivism and added his insights about technology, computers, computational thinking to come up with an approach about learning called constructionism. Constructionism is really the basis for almost all the educational projects, I think, that happen at MIT. And it's also the basis for the projects I'll discuss today. As you can see here, constructionism is an approach where students create, experiment, and then share their projects or creations, usually with technology, with the world. And I think to emphasize and build on some of the prior talks, it's not just making for making's sake, it's making to make the world a better place. And look, an opportunity to reflect. Papert was in Chile talking about these ideas as early as 1989 at the Cuarto Congreso Internacional de Logo in Santiago. In this vision of a constructionist educational system, we also learn of a new role for teachers, which is one in which they're more like anthropologists, experts in the culture around their students and the culture surrounding learning, so that that culture can be used to enhance how we learn about and with technology. Papert included teachers in, what's up, educación, yeah. He included teachers in a group he called Educational Innovators. And as you can see here, he said, educational innovators must be aware that in order to be successful, they must be sensitive to what is happening in the surrounding culture and use dynamic cultural trends as a medium to carry their educational interventions. So those of you here today are, or I'm sure know, educational innovators. And my hope is that together we can collaborate towards building a culture, not just of learning about AI, which is essential, but using AI to create a better world. So, as was mentioned in my introduction, thank you. I'm excited here to share about MIT's RAISE initiative, Responsible AI for Social Empowerment and Education, and to explore potential collaborations. These are our directors, Dr. Cynthia Brazil, Hal Abelson, and Eric Klopfer. Pero como siempre hay un chileno, una chilena en este caso, I'm here today on their behalf. So, at the risk of stating what many of you already know, AI is changing everything, right? But I think something that we hear less about is how we need to also change in order to effectively leverage AI. I gave a talk at the Universidad Austral in December 2023, and one of the big topics that came up there was the foundational role of literacy, basic literacy, in being able to engage with AI. So, for example, knowing which questions to formulate, knowing how to engage with the hardware that is the conduit for AI, knowing how to evaluate the veracity of AI's responses, and knowing when it's appropriate to use AI, right? All of these are foundational skills that are required in order to participate in the era of AI. And literacy is a sticky problem, one that is not going to change magically with AI, but one that requires creative solutions. And I think even though technologies like now you can talk with ChatGPT, right? They're constantly becoming more accessible. It's still necessary for us to, as Papert suggested, come up with a culture of creativity to tackle these thorny problems like literacy. And I think we can do that by augmenting our creative capacities as humans with AI. Peter Senge, who also does some work with our lab, was just talking about the habits that constitute culture, right? And I think if we think about shifting from a habit of consumption to one of creation, that's sort of where the possibilities lie. So people need to learn about AI, they need to learn how to learn with AI, and critically how to use AI to create socio-cultural and economic value. In RAISE, we're inspired by the work of Eric Brynjolfsson, an economist and professor at MIT who talks about the Turing trap. How many of you are familiar with the Turing test? Okay, so fantastic. This is basically a test that Alan Turing came up with decades ago. The idea is when AI is indistinguishable from a human, AI will have passed this like critical point. Brynjolfsson argues that by focusing too much on that, we potentially miss the opportunity to create even more value by focusing not on just replacing human capabilities with AI or imitating them, but augmenting them. So as he says here, automating labor ultimately unlocks less value than augmenting it to create something new. So in RAISE, we believe people won't be replaced by AI, but they will be surpassed by people who know how to use AI wisely to create value. So the goal of RAISE is to advance equity in learning, education, and empowerment through AI by rethinking and innovating how to holistically and equitably prepare diverse K-12 students and an inclusive workforce to be happy, engaged, and successful in an AI-powered society. And this is a university-wide initiative here at MIT. Like the foundational Bloom's taxonomy, which describes cognitive skills in their order of complexity and is often used to develop curricula, we believe that AI literacy is a starting point for getting to creative thinking. So we think it's important for people to know and understand AI, know how to use and apply AI, and also know how to use AI for creative and evaluative purposes. So we examine how to develop AI literacy in a way that we call AI fluency. This interweaves ethics in AI, AI core concepts, creativity with generative AI, and AI careers and futures, with the goal of fostering AI literate citizens who are conscientious consumers, but also ethical producers, designers, and makers of AI. Active participants in democratic discussions around AI. And so obviously this is complex. There are many components here, which is why we prefer the term AI fluency and why that's really the goal at RAISE. But research is needed. I say that as a researcher, of course, but as I'm sure many of you know, we see headlines every day about how AI is either harming learning or helping learning, right? There's really not a lot of consensus yet. And we have, so we have the need to have more focused explorations and research on AI in education. And we also have the opportunity because, as we say in Spanish, esto ya partió. AI education as well as implementation is off and running. What you see here is a map from the 2024 Day of AI. This shows almost 1,500 unique sites of participation in the Day of AI across 24 Latin American countries alone. That doesn't include the rest of the world. Day of AI is one of RAISE's projects designed to introduce K-12 students to AI and how it is embedded in the world around them. It's a short format curriculum, so you can use one lesson, a few lessons, and be done in 4 to 6 hours. It's multidisciplinary. It has unplugged activities, so it can be used in high or low tech contexts. And new content is being added all the time. We actually just added content related to climate change. It's freely available. It includes professional development for teachers, and it's designed to be taught by educators with little or no technical background and expertise. The materials were translated into Spanish for South American contexts by a Chilean foundation, Fundación Cruzando. Now, this is a project, close to my heart. This is the project I lead, RICA, Responsible AI for Computational Action. The idea with computational action is that it's a step beyond just computational thinking to where students actually do something, create something, make something meaningful now so that they can see how their skills actually have value and meaning in the real world. So this is at the other end of RAISE's curriculum development spectrum because this is a long format curriculum. Each module is usually 12 to 15 hours total, comprised of multiple lessons. In each module, students work together to create open-ended digital projects that are totally creatively decided by them. These projects incorporate AI technologies that they've learned about through the curriculum. And they also go through a design thinking process that we refer to as responsible design because we scaffold their thinking around the impacts, the stakeholders, and the values embedded in their designs and how those factor into AI technologies. So to break this image down a little bit, we've made 5 modules so far for 11 to 14-year-olds or middle schoolers. We try to also use our own responsible design process in the development of these modules by working with a wide variety of stakeholders so that our materials can be as universally designed and accessible as possible. So we work with students who are blind and vision impaired. We work with students in a refugee camp. We've piloted this past spring at 9 sites in 4 different countries with about a dozen educators. And we've also co-designed some of our emerging high school modules. Thus far, we have one that's ready with about 7 teachers. So we really try to do participatory design. And this, you're not meant to read this. This is a table highlighting our demographics of participants. But I did want to highlight that we worked last spring with 2 schools in Villa Alemana, and one of them had a high percentage of students with special education needs in general, particularly since inclusive education is my background. We try to recruit for those populations, and we're talking about doing a study in March 2025 with maybe 10 schools in Chile, and we would love to do more. Our middle school modules use another RAISE tool called the RAISE Playground. So folks familiar with Scratch may recognize some of this. This is not affiliated with the Scratch Foundation, but it looks like it. The RAISE Playground uses block-based programming to teach kids about AI concepts like machine learning, robotics, and other AI capabilities listed here. So in our modules, this is what students work with to make stuff. This is a demo of what the RAISE Playground looks like. So on the left, you have the code that's represented instead of as like text, as blocks that are more concrete, easier to manipulate for students. We're actually working on making this accessible for students who are blind and vision impaired, as I mentioned. So keyboard navigation will be new this coming year. And this features one of our AI add-ons, facial recognition AI add-on. So the student is doing different things with her face, right? And has programmed the sprite or this jellyfish to respond accordingly. So this is a simple example, but this is what we mean about augmenting our creative capacities and putting something novel out into the world that contains meaning and thus hopefully extends out into having more positive impacts. For our high school modules, we'll be using App Inventor. App Inventor is another MIT project and one of the world's most widely used educational platforms. It is free and open source, and it allows anyone to create a mobile app on your phone. So it's like incredibly accessible, widely available. It's backed by 10 plus years of research from MIT and Google. And we've got almost 20 million users in almost 200 countries since we launched in 2012. So I've talked about two of our projects, Day of AI and RICA. We also have MIT Future Makers, which spans into undergraduate education. It's a 6-week technical AI and entrepreneurship summer intensive. We also do work on teacher professional development in conjunction with Google. If you scan this, you'll get a PD for generative AI for educators that's been translated into Spanish. And I've only talked about our efforts in K-12 and AI fluency to support educators and teachers to create with AI. We would love to collaborate in terms of research, outreach, and innovation in our other areas such as workforce and AI-supported learning. But to close, I want to emphasize the crucial role of teachers and educational innovators in shaping how youth engage with AI and whether this technology ultimately harms or helps learning and also our societies more generally. Once confined to universities, the elite private sector, and wealthy countries, this technology, like you saw the Raised Playground, it's now available everywhere. Raised Playground, I failed to mention, is just a URL. It's in the browser. You can just go there, right? So this technology is widely available now. And in contrast to when Papert discussed Logo in Chile in 1989, we still have issues of digital divide and access to technology for sure, but things have come a very long way. Right? And so we now have the potential to really participate in the new AI era from the bottom up as well as the top down and augment our creative capacities and our vision for the future and for better education systems. So let's work together to construct a culture of AI fluency in our education systems and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. I know that some of those tools were meant for K through 12, but I'm sure a lot of us could actually benefit a lot from going back to the basics and taking a look at that material. So I'm sure we will all do. So now let's give a warm welcome to Stanton Wortham. He's a Charles F. Donovan, S.J. Dean of the Lynch School of Education and Human Development at Boston College. Previously served as the Berkowitz Professor of Education at the University of Pennsylvania. He earned his BA from Swarthmore College and PhD from University of Chicago. His research applies linguistics, anthropology to study learning and leadership in various contexts. He has published several books, including Learning, Identity, and Migration Narratives, and promotes a vision of formative education that fosters the holistic development of individuals. I cannot think of another better speaker. Thank you so much for being with us, Sandra. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Buenos días. Estuve en Chile hace 6 meses en la Universidad Alberto Hurtado. Es un país muy lindo, pero no hablo español muy bien y por eso I'm going to speak in English. Lo siento. So I'm going to stand over here. So I'd like to talk to you about whole person education, about why it is that we need to think of education in a particularly broad sense. And first, I'm going to start with a challenge that we are facing in schools and out of schools. Young people around the world, not just in the United States, but in many places, are facing a crisis of purpose. They often burn out very young. There are challenges like migration that I know is an issue in the schools in Chile and also here in the US. But even students who do not face challenges of being second language learners or facing economic challenges still have this sense of alienation, not knowing why they're doing what they're doing, feeling as if there's really no purpose to slogging through their tasks in school. And this sense of alienation or lack of purpose is something that causes kids to burn out. It causes various sorts of challenges. In the US, just a few statistics there. You have kids who are feeling extremely anxious, like more than half of them when you survey them. There's lots of challenges like parental separation, bullying, even self-harming. The rates of suicide in the United States have gone up dramatically over the last decade or so. So young people are feeling a sense of malaise. Young people spend a lot of time in schools. Schools are not primarily responsible for this sense of malaise. But since young people spend a lot of time there, you would think if kids are feeling alienated, if they're feeling a lack of sense of purpose, if they need some sort of deeper motivation or sense of purpose in their lives, schools would be a really good place for us to help them with that because they spend a lot of time in schools. So why not use schools as a place to overcome the alienation? The bad news is that schools have gotten themselves so focused on a narrow vision of what education is that they're not able to do this work. So we're at a time where young people are experiencing a crisis in many places, but the institutions that are the most likely to be able to help are just not in a position to help. Because in the US, for example, we've spent a couple of decades trying to figure out how narrowly we can define educational goals and how specifically we can test kids on decontextualized skills that really aren't going to help them at all in thinking about the larger questions about what they ought to do with their lives and what might give them a sense of fulfillment. This is just a slogan to try to capture what's gone wrong in schooling in order to explain why schools haven't done a very good job at helping young people with this crisis of purpose, this sense of alienation. That John Dewey had a rich, complex vision of what education should involve, and Thorndike down at Teachers College had a very narrow vision. He was focused on the methods of how we measure what it is that kids learn. Now, measurement is crucial. It's very important that we can figure out how kids are doing, what they know and what they don't know. But if you focus only on that, you miss the opportunity to recognize that kids are whole human beings. A child in a classroom faces emotional upheaval, faces relational challenges, faces ethical puzzles, and has spiritual worries. So why is it that the institution of school doesn't engage with any of those things? The ethics, the spirituality, the relationships, the emotions. In school, we tend to think those are things that we would rather not think about because we're focused on knowledge. We're focused on knowledge and skills and helping kids develop so that they can move forward vocationally, which is necessary but not sufficient as a focus for schools. So, a formulation of the problem. Over time, many decades, schools have gotten narrowly focused on particular content knowledge, on helping kids with knowledge and skills, and as a result, they've become unable to help children with this crisis where you have kids burning out, feeling alienated, not having a sense of why they're doing what they're doing and where they want to go in life. And this is a challenge for kids who are facing economic challenges, cultural and linguistic challenges, and it's a challenge for kids who are very privileged. You get burnout and suicide rates that are quite high in very privileged schools here in the US. So the issue of alienation, these challenges of purpose, are something that kids face all over, and the schools don't seem able to help. So the question is, what do we do about that? Is there any way that educational institutions and educational processes could help overcome with these challenges that young people are facing? So there has been a movement around the world, this isn't just localized to the US or a few countries, that you find people talking about well-being, flourishing, whole person development, social and emotional learning, positive education. You hear about these ideas across the world. Singapore actually has a remarkable new curriculum that's been developed over the last decade or so, trying to deal with questions of well-being, questions of flourishing. Many of us have a stereotype of Singapore that the kids are chained to their desks for 18 hours a day learning math, right? But it turns out that the national curriculum in Singapore has this whole new module built into it that has to do with ethical questions, emotional questions, questions of how the kids can get a sense of themselves and where it is that they ought to go with their lives. So this is an international problem, an international challenge, and these different visions of whole person education are things that have been developed and are popping up in an attempt to address the problem that we face. Here are several of the terms that you hear about flourishing and character education and social and emotional learning and so forth. I put formative education in the middle because it's an expression that we use at Boston College to try to refer to this whole person approach to education. It's called different things in different places. But there's a hunger, and the hunger is not just among young people. Parents are excited by these approaches. We have people in educational policy. Educators are also feeling as if there's something that's needed. How is it that we deal with it? If you think of yourself as someone in charge of a school, if you're a principal who runs a school, how should you try to help your kids develop more holistically as opposed to more narrowly? What should you do? You're faced with this cacophony, and the economy of how it is that these things are developed is that individuals are incentivized to build their own brand. So you all heard about grit, right? So grit is a big thing. It's been worth a lot of money. Everybody's all pumped up about grit. And the incentive is to push that particular approach to whole person education because the people doing it can get something out of it in terms of notoriety and money and so forth. If you're an educator, that doesn't do you any good because you don't want to know who has the best branding in terms of their latest product. You want to figure out what's going to actually help the kids in my school. So I have a heuristic for you here. I'm going to ask 4 questions, and these questions are intended to help you explore if somebody is offering you an approach to try to help young people develop more holistically, what should you do in terms of evaluating whether that approach is best for you and might be productive? This applies in schools, so if you run a school, how is it that you would adopt a particular approach as being useful to the children in your school? But it could apply to ed tech also. If you're building an ed tech startup, you have to have some vision of what education is, and maybe you want to build into your product not just knowledge and skills, but also these other dimensions of the fact that the people using your product are whole human beings who have all these different dimensions to their lives. And it's also relevant to organizations. Organizations are desperate to figure out how to do talent development in such a way that the people in their organization have some larger sense of purpose and commitment. They don't want folks to just drone away and do their work because they know that you're going to get higher turnover that way and less productive employees. So I'm talking about schools, but what I'm talking about applies in many other contexts as well. So the first question you should be asking when somebody tries to sell you some sort of product about whole person education, and they're going to call it flourishing, or they're going to call it social and emotional learning, or they're going to call it well-being, or they're going to call it character or grit, or whatever the latest thing is. The first question you want to ask has to do with individual or social objective analysis. Some approaches to whole person development are very individualistic. If I'm trying to develop individual kids' character, I'm trying to help kids become more ethical, for example, I'm focused on how is it that that individual child is going to function. Social and emotional learning is big in the United States. They're trying to help kids recognize and manage their emotional reactions. That's focused on individuals. Civic education is about developing people to become citizens. It's about how do we have democratic dialogic processes when we engage with each other in political or other arenas. That's very much focused on a collective end. So when you're trying to figure out how do I do a whole person approach, the first question you want to ask is this approach about individuals or is it about collectives? What is most important to me? You need not necessarily choose. Some approaches try to do both at once, but it's an important dimension to reflect on. The second one has to do with discrete dimensions versus holism. So we have a lot of approaches that say, I'm going to help your kids be more emotionally stable, or I'm going to help your kids be empathic and get along with other people, or I'm going to help your kids figure out how to puzzle their way through spiritual challenges of various kinds. So we have a lot of approaches that are focusing on a discrete thing, and they say, I'm going to do this for you. We're going to manage our emotions better. We're going to be empathic with others, and that's it. There are some approaches, however, that are more holistic. They actually try to combine the multiple dimensions of people. And this is important because individuals, humans, have all this stuff going on at once. Most of us, those of us who become professors are a little challenged in the emotional department. But in general, people have got all this stuff happening, right? That I've seen kids in classrooms almost get into fistfights because they are so upset about some character in a novel. And they're emotional, they're excited, they're building relationships with other people. They disagree vehemently with some other kids in the classroom. They're really inspired by these different group of kids in the classroom. There are ethical challenges in classrooms. How do you treat other people in the classroom? Plus, how do you envision the challenges the characters in this novel are facing? And there are spiritual puzzles too, that humans are always wondering about what are we doing here anyway? What's the larger goal we're trying to serve with our lives? What is worth doing with the time that we have? So all of that stuff is happening among young people when they are in academic contexts and out of academic contexts. And the best approaches to whole person education try to take into account the fact that these things are connected with each other. It's not like I do emotional development today and I do ethical development tomorrow and spiritual development on Thursday. When I'm reading that novel, all of those dimensions are in play. And ideally, in a fully formed person, we get an integration between these different ways of reacting to the world. My emotional responses are attuned to productive relationships with other people and fit with my sense of who I am and why I'm doing what I'm doing with my life. So a second question you want to ask about these whole person approaches is, are they discrete and focused just on one thing? They're going to help you with emotions, or are they integrative? A third question has to do with extrinsic and intrinsic ends. So there are many things we do as humans that focus just on extrinsic ends. I want to make money, I want to support my family, I want other people to respect me, I want to have a certain social status. These are essential. You can't be human and not pursue extrinsic ends sometimes. This is something you do where the reason you do it, the reason I do the job is not because I like the job or there's something valuable about the job, it's because I need the paycheck. The reason I do it is because I want that person to respect me and people to think that I'm a high status sort of person, not because of the particular clothes. There's nothing about those clothes that really matters in and of themselves. There's nothing wrong with extrinsic motivation because we can't survive in the world. We can't feed ourselves and do what we need to do if you don't pursue some things for extrinsic reasons, for instrumental reasons. But if you pursue things only for instrumental reasons, you're missing out on the fact that a lot of what gives us a sense of fulfillment in life is pursuing something where the end itself is built into what you're doing. Reading certain kinds of literature, engaging in certain sort of relationships is valuable in and of itself. To have a relationship where you can actually trust and be intimate with someone is valuable in and of itself. You don't do it to get something else, you do it because there's something about it that's worth doing. Work can be that way for people who are fortunate. You can do a job because there is something in and of itself that is valuable. And you get paid to do it, and you couldn't do it if you didn't get paid, but it's not the pay that's the reason why you're doing that thing, as opposed to something else. So when somebody offers you a version of whole person education, you want to ask, are they after extrinsic ends? In other words, am I helping kids manage their emotional reactions because then they'll get better jobs and they won't get fired? Now, that might be worth doing, but that's not an intrinsic reason to try to help kids manage their emotions. It's extrinsic because it's trying to help them get something else. Social and emotional learning is a very popular approach in the United States, where you try to help kids recognize what it is that they are reacting to and how their emotional reactions are shaping what they behave, how they behave and how they treat others. Also, you want people to be empathic, to be able to figure out how they can relate to other people in productive ways. There's nothing wrong with social and emotional learning. I'd rather have a school that helped my kids learn stuff, subject matter, and also helped them manage their emotions and their relationships, as opposed to one that just taught them subject matter. So this is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. It's insufficient. It focuses just on the individual. You're trying to help individuals. It's not so focused on the collective, what kind of society you're trying to create. It focuses on discrete capacities about emotional recognition and management, social empathy, and the management of relationships. And if you look at the research on this, all the research is, if we give kids curriculum in social and emotional learning, then they will get better grades. That's primarily, they'll do better on tests. That's the primary outcome variable. Or they'll get better jobs. Maybe they'll have more productive relationships. Not a bad thing. It's good to teach kids stuff so they get better jobs. It's good to teach kids stuff so they have better relationships. There's nothing wrong with it. But again, the end is not in and of itself. The end is we give them this stuff because we're going to get something from it. So social and emotional learning, in my opinion, is a good thing, but it's insufficient. It doesn't really deal with ethical or character development. It certainly doesn't deal with spiritual questions about why we're here and why we're doing what we're doing, what's ultimately worthwhile. So a useful thing, but probably not enough. Civic education is another example. Civic education is collective. The end it has in mind is not so much what the individual is like or finds fulfilling. It's what it is that the society looks like if we give people this sort of civic education. We teach them to deliberate with others whose opinions they don't share so that they can have respectful conversation and maybe learn and develop better ideas. So civic education is also productive. It's not dealing with some of those other dimensions, doesn't deal with spirituality, it doesn't deal with most dimensions of ethics, and so forth and so on, but it's dealing with some things and is, again, worth doing. The last question in this heuristic has to do with life purpose. So education, we typically don't imagine as spending time getting kids to think about why they're doing what they're doing. But all humans have spiritual needs. We all have some need to figure out what we're called to do. That if you do things only for instrumental ends and for yourself, there's a brittleness or a lack of fulfillment. At our university, when the students come to the business school, they take a first-year course in which they're asked, why do you want to do what you're pursuing, finance or whatever career they're imagining? And they all say, I want to make money. And then the question is asked of them in a kind way, do you think that's enough to sustain a fulfilling life across the decades that you're going to be here? And over time, they come to see that the answer to that is probably not. For some individuals, the answer may be yes, but for the majority of us, the answer is that's not enough, that we have to feel connected to something else bigger. We have divergent visions of what that is. So some people think that ecological visions are most motivating to them and they're called to participate in something about the planet. Some people have humanistic visions about how they should treat other people. Some people have visions that have to do with justice and just societies. Some people have visions that have to do with some vision of a divine order, that somehow the universe has been created and we have a role in it. That our job as educators is not to tell young people, you must believe this. You have to believe that the universe is like this and this is what you have to do. That's not our job. I don't have the right to tell a young person what is ultimately true in the world because I don't know. I have my own beliefs. I have things that I'm committed to, but people have divergent beliefs. But we do have a right. In fact, I think we have a responsibility to say to them, you have to think about this. You have to, if you're pursuing an end that's purely instrumental, I'm going to push you and try to get you to see that that may not be enough over time. And you may want to think about what larger moral order you are compelled or called to become part of. And to give young people a space to ask those kinds of questions is not typical. Most of our educational institutions do not provide that sort of a space. And over time, that's a damaging thing because people focus on other kinds of ends and they don't get to engage in this sort of reflection. So the last question in this heuristic is an attempt to get you to ask of these offerings, social and emotional learning or civic education or character education or whatever it is you're considering, whether it's for your school or for your startup or for your organization, does it allow people to reflect on these questions of purpose? And is there some way to include that in what it is that you're offering to people? So this is just a summary of the heuristic. This is a recommendation. As you engage with this question of how is it that we can help young people overcome this sense of alienation, this lack of purpose that many are experiencing, how do you evaluate the different ways that you might do that? And these 4 questions are just ways to start reflecting on what it is that you might do. So at Boston College, we try to do this in various ways. I don't have time to go through it in detail with you, but we do try to involve young people, the undergraduates that we are privileged to work with, in reflection on these broader issues. We do worry about emotional reactions, types of relationships. We do worry about ethical questions, and we do worry about spiritual puzzles and try to give them space to reflect on it. And I'd be happy to talk with any of you about how it is that we do these things. But there are many good programs out there, and if you use this way of thinking about the problem, hopefully you can engage in and find an approach that would be productive in whatever context you're in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stanton. That was amazing. And now to our next panelist right before our next break. And the topic of AI has been permeating almost every presentation that we heard this morning. So this is very timely. And we're going to talk about the imperative, the AI imperative, why act now? And we have a great 2 panelists that are eager to share their knowledge and thoughts with us on the topic. We will start with Ángel Izurieta. He's a country manager for Google Cloud Chile, having over 25 years of experience in technology and innovation. For nearly 2 years in his current role, he has led significant transformation projects across Chile and Latin America. He has been named a couple of times Google Today. With over 2 decades in technology and services, Ángel spent 20 years at Accenture and 5 years at EY. actively involved in the Chilean ecosystem. He's an angel investor, limited partner in a venture capital firm, and a mentor to several organizations. Let's give a warm round of applause to Ángel.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Let me try to see if we can connect everything here. There we are. Perfect. So again, good morning. Thanks, ChileMass, for the invitation. I'm Chilean, so my English is very bad, so I'll do my best. I will share my panel with Guillermo, that is over there. So we will split the presentation with a little bit of a vision of what we are doing in Google in respect to AI. And Guillermo will share some examples of real life examples that we are doing currently in Chile. All right. So let me start with a video. Let's see if the audio goes well.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things. Like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make crop-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
So as you can see, AI is everywhere, as they were mentioning in the previous panels. And we are proud because today, I'm not sure if you read this, but 2 Nobel Prizes from physics were awarded today to former Google employees that invented the neural networks, won the awards, and 2 actually DeepMind employees that invented the AlphaFold solution won the chemical Nobel Prizes. So we continue to invest in research and development and push it to everywhere, right? So let me give you a little bit of a glimpse. So when we talk about us as humans, and we think how we operate in terms of vision, hearing, the way we walk, the way we interact with the world, is very complex. We are very complex human beings, right? So and we've been trying to mimic that process through AI across the time. Thinking of something that can replace us in a sense is very complex because you have to imagine that we need to replace all of our senses, which is kind of very, very, very complicated thing. But we are pushing the boundaries on where we think that AI could help humanity in that respect. And from a Google perspective, we have seen basically three main blocks of technological changes. One obviously comes with the apparition of Google in 1998 with the internet, which has obviously changed everything in terms of digital world. Then a second wave came with the mobiles, probably early 2000s, when we started using mobiles in everything we do, banks, retails, etc. So it's impossible to think that we are not using mobile for something at this stage. And the third wave came in long time ago. If you think about AI, I'm going to ask a question and see how it goes. AI has been with us since 1950, more or less, right? So the first installments of AI came long way back. It was very rustic, nothing compared to what we have today, but at that time we were able to play, for example, checkers with computers around 1956 or so, right? So if I ask you today, how many times, let's pick yesterday to do the exercise. How many times do you use AI yesterday in your daily life? Who can give me one time? Raise your hands. Couple of hands. Okay, 5 times. All right, a little bit more hands. 10 times. Less hands. Okay, 20. Someone gives me 20. Yeah, a couple of there. Okay, that's on average the times that we use AI on our daily lives. Think about when you search on Google, when you use Waze, when you you search a video in YouTube, for example, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you use your chatbots on a daily life. So most of the time we use around 20 times AI and we don't really notice that. So it's kind of an invisible technology that we have today. But Google realized that in 2017, we moved from let's say, mobile company at that time to AI first company, which meant that all our products, everything that we do today has AI embedded. When you are writing, for example, a Gmail and the Gmail start, completing your sentence, that's AI beneath it, right? The algorithm that uses route optimizations in Google Maps or Waze is the same thing. So we embed AI in everything that we do today at the consumer level and at the enterprise level as well. If you look at a couple of examples, for example, if you use, for example, your search app, it can be in your computer as well. You don't even need to type to search for something. I'm not sure if you know this, but we have something that is called Google Lens. When you click on a camera, you can actually search for, let's say, a shirt or a shoe. And we actually launched this feature this year, which is kind of neat, where you can actually, where you are looking something in your telephone or your computer, and you can actually circle something, and it will search it for you. For example, you are looking at a video of dogs swimming in the pool, and you like your goggles for your dog, and you say, oh, I want to buy this for my dog. You just need to circle it, and it will search it for you. That's fully embedded on AI. And we call this, if you look at everything that we are doing, we are basically calling AI as the new normal. We call, after COVID, we call it the new normal to be at home. And so now AI is kind of becoming the new normal in terms of multiple things. We are using flood warnings in most of countries, Chile included. For example, I spoke about AlphaFold because of these guys that won the Nobel Award today. We are doing, for example, a partnership with the Patagonia Biotech Hub using the DeepMind solutions to connect with the ecosystem in Patagonia as well. So we are trying to expand the reaches of AI across multiple lands. But when you look at it from an enterprise perspective, there's a bunch of stuff that are happening today that we are using AI on a day-to-day basis, analyzing documents, using computer vision for managing maintenance, for example, in plants, or security in health. For example, for preventive health, We're using a lot of algorithms to check, for example, cancer on breast, et cetera, et cetera. So it's been across the world and in many, many industries. And from a statistic that we collect, we saw the 2023 as a lot of enthusiasm in terms of using it. I had a conversation last week with a client that said, Angel, I have more pilots than an airline. And it's kind of what happened in the past year, where there was a lot of enthusiasm creating pilots and proof of concepts across the board. But this is the bad part. 90% of those pilots ended nowhere. So they created an idea, they pushed the pilot or the proof of concept, and the proof of concept never saw the light in terms of being a productive solution for the company, right? So that was happening during 2023 most of the time. But in 2024, this changed. We've seen this across multiple industries. There's a lot of clients in there that probably will resonate with you. But pretty much every industry today has implemented broadly artificial intelligence in their processes in multiple locations, right? So there's no single industry that we see that has not been using AI in a productive way for their company usages on their day-to-day. And when we think about generative AI, I'm not sure if it was spoken before, but generative AI is a subset of AI that basically generates content. That's the reason why it's called generative. Audio, video, text, etc. In terms of the use cases that we are seeing are basically around customer service, in particular, chatbots, call centers. We are using it to enhance the experience that we are using in the interaction with the final consumer. Software development is a huge, huge gain. There's companies like MercadoLibre, for example, that was in the previous slide, that are using it for all their squads across the board to enhance and generate features faster to the market with previous, comparing to the previous version that they were using without AI. Automation is a huge thing across multiple processes, as we mentioned. And the other one that is gaining a little bit of extra traction is content generation in terms of, for example, marketing campaigns and using it in areas where video and images are gaining more traction to generate faster time to market in how the campaigns get to the market from the company's standpoint. We spoke about this. These are three pillars that we think are the most relevant at this stage in terms of using generative AI for productivity, which is kind of the theme across the board that we are seeing in terms of how do we see the application of generative AI in the field, where productivity is the theme that basically generates the idea of why we're using generative AI in the end, right? And if you look at some statistics, this comes from McKinsey. In terms of productivity gains, sometimes it's hard to understand how much is the productivity connected to what we do in the day-to-day, because sometimes when you think about productivity, maybe the FTEs that you have in the company is going to stay the same, but your day-to-day activities are going to be much more productive. So you're going to be doing much better jobs and much more productive in terms of what you do before using AI. But the other thing is, when you think about us as consumers using the interaction with your company, the way we see as consumers, when we have a better experience using AI tools that, for example, you get a call from the call center and they really know you, they really have your data, and they collect the knowledge that they have from you, the experience that you get as a consumer gets a very, very high rates in terms of the KPIs that normally companies measure when they get that information. And I'll leave you with two messages before passing it to Guillermo. The first thing is, it's very important to separate what happens at the consumer level and at the enterprise level. And this is very, very, bear with me on this one. When you're using the tools on your day-to-day, let's say ChatGPT, Gemini, etc., it's very important to understand that those are general models and that can be used in multiple cases to retrain the models with the data that you are using or collecting. So it's very important that you keep your use cases for your personal use. That means I'm using for a recipe at home, I'm using for creating a poetry for my school task, a trip plan that I'm going to use for my next vacation, things like that are pretty much innocuous. I don't think that's the word in English, but in case that it doesn't affect your competitive advantage from a company standpoint. When you are using your data, for example, let's say that you are using your ERP system, your CRM system, you want that data to be in a black box that cannot go anywhere. So it's very important to separate that, and you use that tools with enterprise-grade platforms. In the case of Google, we separate this in two main blocks. That's the reason why they have the two logos. In the case of Google, it's the general public tools that we have. In the case of enterprise-grade solutions, we use Google Cloud for that purpose and make sure that your data stays safe, secure, and does not go anywhere, which is very important. So don't use the public tools to analyze a business plan or provide information from your company to those tools if you want to stay safe, okay? And the second one is they always ask us, well, where do we start, right? So we start those pilots. We have a lot of planes to fly because of those pilots. How do we tackle this thing? It's kind of a simple process. The first and foremost is you have to understand which is the use case, right? What is the problem that you are willing to solve using the technology, and understanding which is the business case that relates to that use case, right? We are not using the technology for the sake of being cool and say, okay, we have a super cool chatbot, but because of that, you're not going to save any money or generate any productivity at all. So the first thing is identify and prioritize your use cases. The second one is obviously you need data for this. Many of the companies are connecting their data sources with the general capabilities of AI so they can get some productivity along the way. The third one, I think, in one of the presentations they were speaking about this, making sure that your organization is ready to embrace the technology and making sure that it sees us as an ally in terms of the implementation more than anything else. And obviously, test, discard, or scale. So don't get to the proof of concept period and then do nothing about it. Either you discard it or you go further and you implement it in production. So that were the two main things that I wanted to comment to you. One last video and we pass it to Guillermo.
All right, it's game time.
Hey, Dwayne. Let me post slide. So here's the full line. What do you think?
I'm loving the book for sure. But the texture, my main thing is to make sure that dads know what texture and prepare the detail. So I playing with a few different things. Those images right here. What if we brought something like this on the backdrop or on your internet website?
I'm digging the way they are.
Duet AI in Google Workspace is how I win the day.
Bueno, eso que mostraba ahí Dwayne es un poco lo que hacemos en nuestro día a día. Los que usan la suite de Workspace la conocen muy bien, pero bueno, un poco para mostrarles cómo la productividad en nuestro día a día empieza a cambiar gracias a estas herramientas que hoy día están disponibles. Así que muchas gracias, le dejo el pase a Guillermo.
Thank you, Ángel. As he said, we're going to introduce you to his partner in crime, which I hope that translates well to Spanish because there's no crime committed here. It's only value for customers. So let's focus on that. So Guillermo Wilson is a co-founder and not sales manager at Axos Technology. With over 10 years of experience in the technology sector, he has collaborated with Red Salud, Indumotora, and Latam Airlines, designing innovative solutions for telemedicine platforms from telemedicine platforms to critical cloud services. An engineering graduate from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, Guillermo embodies the entrepreneurial spirit. Under his leadership, Axos has transformed the partner landscape in Chile and America, earning the prestigious Google Cloud Partner of the Year Award in Las Vegas. And now without Guillermo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Great. I'm gonna move over here. So I was tasked to talk about more of our experience in the trenches. Ángel told us more about what it's done on the background, but we as a Google partner, we've been working with a lot of customers. I have some experience, I wouldn't say a lot, but some experience on failure, okay? I'm gonna talk about failure and the lessons learned from failure. And I'm gonna give a quick disclaimer. Most of our failures and most of what I'm gonna talk about here is about LLMs in the whole AI ecosystem. LLMs is what I'm gonna talk about here now. So to start with an example, do you know how long it takes to train a dog to transform into a service dog for the visually impaired? Anyone? It takes somewhere around 18 to 36 months for an experienced trainer to do that, okay? But when you see this from the perspective of humanity, it took us more than 20,000 years for selective breeding to come to a stage to know how dogs can be trained. And someone to become an expert has to come most of his training life to understand how to train a dog. Okay, so to go from this amazing great wolf, 20,000 years to something like this. Sorry, this. That's the other one was my dog. I had to put it somewhere. But to this trustworthy friend that you can train, and hopefully you can expect him to cross you from one side of the street to the other one without, I don't know, getting up with a squirrel. So now we are going to a stage where we have a lot of new technology coming in. There are amazing brains and people in labs working to create this new technology. But we're competing 20,000 years of selective breeding, again, knowing how things works, to something that on a mass scale, so everyone around here, I don't know, ChatGPT was announced, I think, in November 2022. So we have like 3 years of mass knowledge on these LLMs. So we have 3 years of people knowing, even though there's a lot of things happening in the past, and I know that from 1950 there's AI going on, but to most of us, the first real interaction with AI has gone through this, from November 2022. So there's a lot of things happening in the background. But we don't know exactly how it works. Most of us know more or less how it's been worked, the maths behind it, but we don't really know how to control it. And that's what I'm going to talk about here now. We know that we can ask a few things and it will bring it back. When you move this into a corporate solution, into your product, and maybe I will talk with some of the startups here, but when you start incorporating this technology into your solutions, you may go into one of those things where you fail. So for example, there's the failure of McDonald's. I don't know if anyone knows about this, but McDonald's implemented a GenAI solution to take orders from the car sales part, and they had to move it out because for one customer, the solution added somewhere around 300 nuggets to its order. So they have to roll back, okay, we're not going to continue with this. There's Air Canada. Air Canada also, they implemented this chatbot, and this chatbot gave this customer wrong information, and they were legally binded to give that solution to the customer. Then there's also the ChatGPT hallucinations in the court, where a lawyer, without knowing the limitations of this solution of this technology, it gave it wrong information about cases that were not existent, and he presented the cases to the court that they were phantom. So and of course there was also this Chevrolet dealership that started selling cars at $1. So again, we have a lot of implementations that failed because I wouldn't say they moved too fast, but they moved without controlling everything beforehand. And of course, we have our own failure. I wouldn't say failure, but it's still a fun thing to say. We created a virtual coworker named Gonzalo Perez Tapia, GPT. Okay, this guy was included in our corporate chat, and we gave him no instructions besides giving information about the company, giving all the information he could have about our contracts, information about our Google Drive, everything. It had context about everything, but it was a closed solution. And it quickly transformed into a social experiment, where our sociopath co-workers transformed this Gonzalo Perez Tapia into T-800. This guy started menacing humanity, started saying things about people, so we had to stop this and change it back. It was fun. I don't know how many of you know about the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is an exaggeration of that one, but the thing is that I don't want to say that we're in the Mount Stupid at this point, but the more you know, the better you are judging if this is going to work in a corporate solution, and the more confidence you're going to be in the solution. Right now, I say that no one here is past the valley of despair. Most of us are or should be around the Mount of Stupid. I know it's a hard thing to say. I just want to be challenging everyone on this. But what I'm saying here is that we know a lot of how it's built, the AI, but many of us have almost no experience on deploying this on a production environment. And that's what I want to say. I think that, and this is my opinion on this, that there are almost no real AI experts on the LLM part in the world still. If most of us know the 10,000 hours needed to become an expert, but if we know that this LLM solutions has been around on a massive scale in less than 3 years, there hasn't been near enough 10,000 working hours to become an expert. So most of us are still are gaining experience, but there are no experts. So I want to share you a couple of lessons learned from this. They're pretty obvious, but again, it's learned from our experience on this world. So one very important thing is educate and invest in yourself and your team. What Christina is doing, I don't know where she is, with creating content and train teachers, students, it's amazing. I think that it's not only important to train ourselves, our team, our company, but also us as parents, our kids. It's important to know how things work. What are the limits? When you talk about an LLM, how the math works beneath it. It's important because that will save us a lot of frustrations in how we move forward. Then the use case is key. As Angel told us, understanding the use case is going to be critical to set boundaries. LLMs are solutions that normally are general, that have general knowledge, but setting boundaries, understanding what it can say and how we can set those boundaries is critical to be able to control or somehow control this beast. Then do not trust your AI. As you saw with Gonzalo Perez Tapia and those McDonald's and Air Canada, it's important to test. It's critical to understand that this can go out of rail. This technology is new, is evolving every day. 6 months ago, it's not the same as today. The company that comes here and can say confidently that they are able to fully control their AI solution is going to get bigger than NVIDIA. I don't know. Today, it's important. Another thing, don't trust your users. We humans tend to break everything. And when we set up a challenge of, hey, you've got this AI chatbot, you're going to try and break it. And if you're the owner of that thing, you don't want to be the one appearing in the news. And finally, good products take time. Angel told us just now that 90% of POCs dies. Another important fact is POCs are pretty short. Normally, a POC with Gen AI, you can have it in 2 hours, 1 day. But in our experience, from that POC to a production solution can take several months. And set up those expectations in a company is critical to be able to understand what you have to do. Test it again, test it all the time, because it's important to understand how the users are going to break this, how the users are going to use your product in ways that you never imagined before. So those are the 5 things that I wanted to share with you. You're welcome tomorrow. We're going to be leading one of these tables, as our CEO here is also. He will be leading this table. And again, you're welcome to talk to us. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Guillermo. This is the first time I was being called stupid. I was not offended by it, so I appreciate it. For our people that live in the US, I know that you might be used to getting lunch at noon. We are on Chilean time, unfortunately, so we're going to go all the way until 1:30. So I recommend that in this next 10-minute break, you do stack up and grab some snacks so to be ready for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you so much. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. We're starting again in a minute, so if you can find your seats, we need everybody back, so please, if possible.